yang memberikan salam itu atau salam semua kepada
buka laluan dan jaringan tabir job.
Okay. So we have to ask ourselves.
Sebagai penjawat awam, jadi genap sebenarnya.
Ada pengerusi lah Tuan Yang Mulia Raja.
The Leaders in Action program.
I believe that the topic of entrepreneurial leadership development is very timely.
Oh, if I read and share with you.
UTS that I didn't complete my bachelor will not buy from you, especially youth, women, netizen.
Our third panelist.
Specialized world leading skills and resources coming in from
Predicting and the control.
Scale up. Let's scale.
Everybody's on the camera. One.
Intipati dan strategi bersama dalam menyokong agenda TVET negara.
speaker dan panelis dari kementerian selaku perubahan dasar.
Sesi forum yang pertama. Jadi forum ini terdapat soal jawab dalam bahasa Malaysia.
Di semua sektor ekonomi negara ini.
Tim Raja Tablighi. Okay, so berbalik pada soalan. Itu susah untuk kita menghabiskan dengan
values in the university. Okay, you gotta uphold that. And the leader,
it is about value-based leadership.
It's very touching. It's how you to develop the culture.
Is investment in
Malaysia and the permanent representative of Malaysia.
I was thinking of value-based leadership, which is something
really good one. My records.
And therefore, if you're a BBL leader,
Professor Dr. Wan Hana Malini, Wan Mota, or Dr. Hana.
At the panel, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we will have a full flavor of ASEAN dialogue, and I think we believe that the university is a powerful anchor organization.
Being prepared is an indicator of the interest.
Strong evidence from the latest IPC AR6.
Any attempts to sort of validate to ensure
communication with them, the responses.
The same topic that is mental 2007 and also outstanding.
Such thing as dasar kesihatan mental. No such thing as.
This one is very, very significant because if you have.
We might as well close down the university.
IUM, yeah. And the organizer also provides the dynamic and progressive role of the Muslim Ummah.
And a very warm welcome to.
We have scored very well in leadership,
resilience, computational and design.
To look at what we have to see.
Minimize has done. I think there's a classical example.
But we don't have to determine
leading or teaching learning environment.
Further sustainability of PTPTN.
To the participants out there.
Counseling and clinical psychology unit has been providing all
spread over 150 hectares of land.
Of Talent Corporation Malaysia Berhad or not.
So that the program that we are proposing.
World-class practices, which again has become a norm to the
Future leadership, higher education, leading beyond pandemic.
Hosted by Higher Education Leadership Academy.
And its intersection with technology.
At this moment, we have a very strong tie between ASEAN.
And so, but getting that sense of it.
Their values, their traits is also something extremely important.
Compassionate leadership. If I were to extract from some references,
the program is about why I think that this is important for us to be around at least half of the institutions in Malaysia.
Karina, for that introduction, yes, I really ask her to be generous and lead and help and encourage everyone.
Muhammad Shahid was taken to commemorate two national figures
To help those students to be more self-resilient.
how do female leaders in higher education fight for equity and transform leadership?
And we need to take that into consideration. Performance is also not even across all universities.
We want to talk very briefly about the barriers.
I was engaged throughout the whole session and I've learned so much.
TVET principals and managers will have the skills.
TVET is a national agenda in Malaysia education system.
Being with us today.
Profession profession, occupation, involved design, implementation, assessment.
The custom as an industry strategize in realizing the high performance TVET system in Malaysia.
I just wanted to show what we are doing in Germany.
But pursuing TVET is meant for those non-performer in high school.
Groups all together, and in the
For this, we hope that we will be getting some support.
This what we propose, at this.
Mentors can provide tips for students.
Ability to have been experiencing inconvenience for their whole life.
Right, everybody there's no voting. We don't need to vote.
About UTeM, about leadership, and about well-being.
By women. 3.7% of company CEO.
What I'm good at, what I'm not good at, and what I need to do.
This could provide insights for recommendations.
Sekali lagi terima kasih. Dan kemerdekaan dan kenegaraan negara mesti
Dr. Haji Muhammad Zahari bin Ismail.
Itu kalau kita lihat kadar kemudian pasaran kita adalah tinggi.
Jadi selebihnya yang pelajaran secara online itu boleh diteruskan secara online.
Tepatnya, umur 20 tahun.
Komponen utama dalam satu tamadun itu adalah apa? Manusianya.
yang memberikan salam itu. Salam semua kepada
buka laluan dan jaringan tabir job.
Okay. So we have to ask ourselves.
Sebagai pejabat awam, jadi genap sebenarnya.
Ada pengurusi lah Tuan Yang Mulia Raja.
The Leaders in Action program.
I believe that the topic of entrepreneurial leadership development is very timely.
Oh, if I read and share with you.
UTS that I didn't complete my bachelor will not buy from you, especially youth, women, netizen.
Our third panelist.
Specialized world leading skills and resources coming in from
predicting and the contemporary.
Scale up. The large scale.
And everybody's on the camera. One.
Intipati dan strategi bersama dalam menyokong agenda TVET negara.
Speaker dan panelis dari kementerian selaku pembuat dasar.
Sesi forum yang pertama. Jadi forum ini tak ada soal jawab dalam bahasa Malaysia.
Di semua sektor ekonomi negara ini
Puan, mana masa kini? Raja tahun lagi. Okay, so berbalik pada soalan. Itu susah untuk kita menghabiskan energi.
Values in the university, okay? You gotta uphold that. And the leader, the number.
It is about value-based leadership.
It's very touching. It's how you to develop the culture.
And there is investment in
Malaysia and the permanent representative of Malaysia.
I was thinking of value-based leadership, which is something
really good one. My records.
And therefore, if you're a BBL leader,
Professor Dr. Wan Hana Malini, Wan Mota, or Dr. Hana.
At the panels, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we will have a full flavor of ASEAN dialogue, and I think we believe that the university is a powerful anchor organization.
Being prepared is an indicator of the interest.
Strong evidence from the latest IPC AR6.
Any attempts to sort of validate to ensure
communication with them. There is constant.
The same topic that is
Plus 2007 and also outstanding.
Such thing as dasar kesihatan mental. No such thing as.
This one is very, very significant because if you have.
We might as well close down the university.
UTeM, yeah. And the organizer also provides the dynamic and progressive role of the Muslim Ummah.
And a very warm welcome to.
You know, we have scored very well in leadership.
Resilience, computational and design.
To look at what we have to see.
Minimize has done. I think there's a classical example.
But we don't have to determine
leading or teaching learning environments.
The sustainability of PTPTN.
To the participants out there,
counseling and clinical psychology unit has been providing all
spread over 150 hectares of land.
Of Talent Corporation Malaysia Berhad or not.
So that's the program that we are proposing.
World-class practices, which again has become a norm to the
Future leadership, higher education, leading beyond pandemic.
Hosted by Higher Education Leadership Academy.
And its intersection with technology.
At this moment, we have a very strong tie between ASEAN.
and so, but getting that sense of it.
Their values, their traits is also something extremely important.
Compassionate leadership. If I were to extract from some references,
The program is about why I think that this is important for institutions around at least half of the elite institutions in Malaysia.
Karina, for that introduction, yes, I really ask her to review the generous lead and help, encourage everyone.
Hatta Shari was taken to commemorate true national figures.
to help those students to be more self-resilient.
How do female leaders in higher education fight for equity and transform leadership?
And we need to take that into consideration. Performance is also not even across.
Certification Division, Department of Skill Development, Ministry of Human Resources, Ms. Fiona Morris, Counsellor, Education and Research, Australian High Commission Malaysia, Technologist Dr. Rostam Effendi bin Hamzah, Dean Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering UTeM, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shakir Masaad, Director Center for Academic Excellence and Scholarship KAIS UTeM, and members of the floor. We are gathered here today for AKEPT Leadership Talk Series addressing gaps in TVET ecosystems, and it is my great honor to welcome you all to this program. Before I proceed further, let us begin by showing our respect for our beloved nation. Please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to proceed with the recital of dua by Encik Fauziman bin Rosman, seeking blessings for the success of this event.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin, Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Allah, pada pagi yang mulia ini, kami merafakkan syukur padamu. Dengan izinmu dapat kami hadir sama ke program AKEPT Leadership Talk Series ini. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, jadikan forum ini sebagai program yang bermanfaat, perkongsian pandangan, idea dan ilmu. Fokus kami memajukan lagi ekosistem TVET negara. Tekad kami meningkatkan kredibiliti TVET negara. Azam kami memacu kejayaan negara berasaskan TVET. Ya Allah, Ya Rahim, permudahkan urusan kami agar dapat kami meneroka penggunaan teknologi baru untuk meningkatkan sistem pendidikan dan latihan TVET. Tingkatkan semangat dan usaha kami untuk proses mendigitalan sistem pembelajaran bagi menghasilkan generasi yang kreatif, holistik dan inovatif. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbal Alamin, permudahkan segala urusan keduniaan kami kerana di dalamnya adalah kehidupan kami. Perbaiki urusan akhirat kami kerana di sana destinasi kehidupan kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. With the commencements of the event marked by the national anthem and the recital of dua, we set the tone for a meaningful gathering. Throughout this seminar, we will delve into important discussions, exchange insights and broaden our knowledge on addressing gaps in TVET ecosystem. I would like to express my gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, experts and participants who have taken the time to be here today. Your presence reflects your commitment to the advancements of knowledge and the betterment of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give our attention to the screen for the welcoming remarks by Professor Technologist Dr. Masila Kamarudin, Vice Chancellor of UTeM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam UTeM ku sayang, menjajah universiti melonjak ke hadapan. I am honored to deliver a welcoming speech for today's event. This program, organized by Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka in collaboration with Higher Education's Leadership Academy AKEPT. It is a great pleasure to have distinguished speakers from local and international to share their fruits of academics' labors and thoughts in addressing gaps in TVET ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this important gathering focused on addressing the gaps in TVET ecosystems. Today, we have gathered here with a shared commitment to tackle the challenges that hinder the effectiveness and efficiency of our technical and vocational education and training systems. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today. Your presence reflects your dedications to the advancements of TVET and your unwavering belief in the transformative power of quality educations. As we embark on this endeavor, it is crucial to acknowledge the significance of TVET in shaping the future of our workforce and driving economic growth. TVET equips individuals with the practical skills, knowledge, and competencies required to meet the evolving needs of industries and contribute to the overall development of our society. However, we cannot ignore the gaps that exist within our TVET ecosystems. These gaps pose challenges that demand our immediate attention and collaborative efforts. It is only by recognizing and addressing these gaps that we can create a robust and inclusive TVET systems that prepares our students for the challenges and opportunities of the modern world. Today, we have an exceptional opportunity to engage in constructive discussions, share insights, and learn from each other's experience. We have gathered a diverse group of stakeholders, including policymakers, educators, industry leaders, and experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and perspective to the table. Your expertise and commitments are invaluable in shaping the strategies and solutions that will bridge the gaps in our TVET ecosystems. Throughout this event, we will explore key areas such as curriculum enhancements, industry collaborations, infrastructure development, teacher training, and public perception. By delving into these topics, we aim to identify actionable measures that will drive positive change and bring about tangible improvements in our TVET ecosystem. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion, engage in fruitful exchange of ideas, and contribute your valuable insight. Let us seize this opportunity to forge strong partnerships, share best practices, and collectively work towards building a TVET ecosystem that is responsive, inclusive, and capable of meeting the demands of the future. On behalf of UTeM, I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants for their invaluable contributions to this event. I also express my appreciation to our sponsors and supporters for their generous assistance in making this gathering possible. In closing, I am confident that our collective efforts, insights, and recommendations will contribute to the continuous improvement of our TVET system. Let us seize this opportunity to collaborate, innovate, and work together toward a future where our TVET ecosystems are strong, inclusive, and capable of empowering individuals to thrive in the workforce. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you a productive and enriching experience throughout this event. Thank you and enjoy the event.
Thank you, Prof. Vice-Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us witness the opening remarks by Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin Mohammed, Director of AKEPT.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to Professor Technologist Dr. Masila Kamaluddin, Vice-Chancellor, UTeM, Professor Dr. Zulkifli Ibrahim, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Academic and International, UTeM, Mr. Azrul Izam Hamzah, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership Sustainability, AKEPT, Associate Professor Dr. Noor Azharuddin Shah Abdullah, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership Profiling, AKEPT, honorable panelists and moderator, Professor Technology Dr. Effendi Muhammad, Dean, Faculty of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering Technology, UTeM, Mr. Muhammad Shukri Ismail, Director, Competency Certification Division, Department of Skill Development, Ministry of Human Resources, Ms. Fiona Morris, Counselor, Education and Research, Australian High Commission, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shakir Muhammad Saad, Director, Center for Academic Excellence and Scholarship, UTeM. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm delighted and privileged to have the opportunity to deliver the opening remarks for today's event. This remarkable program organized by Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka, in collaboration with the Higher Education Leadership Academy, better known as AKEPT, brings together distinguished speakers from both local and international backgrounds. They will share their valuable academic insights and thoughts on addressing the gaps in TVET ecosystems. I am truly honored to witness the culmination of their academic endeavors and their commitment to enhancing technical and vocational education and training. Their contributions will undoubtedly shed light on the challenges and opportunities within TVET, enabling us to collectively work towards bridging the gaps in our ecosystem. The collaboration between Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka, UTeM, and AKEPT is a testament to our shared vision of nurturing a highly skilled workforce and promoting sustainable economic growth. And by coming together today, we demonstrate our commitment to harnessing the potential of TVET and ensuring its alignment with the needs of industries and society. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this important gathering focused on addressing the gaps in TVET ecosystems. We have come together because we recognize the critical importance of TVET in shaping the future of our workforce and driving economic growth. TVET equips individuals with practical skills and knowledge that are directly aligned with the needs of industries. It creates pathways to meaningful employment and empowers individuals to contribute to the development of our society. TVET plays a crucial role in equipping individuals with the practical skills, knowledge, and competencies needed to thrive in the modern workforce. It bridges the gap between education and employment, offering opportunities for individuals to develop valuable skills that meet the demands of industries and contribute to economic growth. However, as we all know, there are gaps within our TVET ecosystem that require our immediate attention and collective efforts. These gaps present obstacles that hinder the full potential of our TVET systems and limit the opportunities available to our students. Today, we gather to acknowledge these challenges and to embark on a journey of collaboration and innovation to address them effectively. One of the key challenges we face is the mismatch between the skills taught in TVET programs and the evolving needs of industries. The rapid advancement of technology, changing market dynamics, and emerging industries demand a workforce that is adaptable, innovative, and equipped with the latest skills. It is imperative that we bridge this gap by aligning our TVET programs with the evolving needs of industries and equipping our students with the skills that will make them valuable contributors to the workforce. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the perception gap that exists regarding TVET education. There is prevailing bias in society that favors academic education over vocational pathways, resulting in a limited understanding of the vast opportunities that TVET can offer. We must work collectively to change this perception and raise awareness about the value and potential of TVET education. By promoting the benefits and opportunities of TVET, we can encourage more students and parents to consider it as a viable and rewarding career pathway. Additionally, infrastructure and resources pose significant challenges within our TVET ecosystems. Many institutions struggle with outdated facilities, limited access to modern equipment, and inadequate training environment. It is crucial that we invest in modern infrastructure, update our equipment, and create learning environments that stimulate real-world work settings. By providing students with access to state-of-the-art facilities, we can ensure they acquire the practical skills necessary to excel in their chosen fields. Ladies and gentlemen, another crucial aspect is the professional development of our TVET educators. The quality of education is directly linked to the competence and expertise of our teachers. It is essential that we provide them with continuous training opportunities, exposure to industry best practices, and platforms for collaboration. Empowering our educators will enable them to deliver high-quality instruction and inspire students to excel in their learning journey. In conclusion, addressing the gaps in our TVET ecosystems, especially in Malaysia, is a shared responsibility that requires the collective efforts of policymakers, educational institutions, industries, and society at large. By recognizing and bridging these gaps, we can create a robust, responsive, and inclusive TVET system that empowers our students, fuels economic growth, and contributes to the overall development of our nation. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, experts, and panelists for sharing their valuable insights and experiences with us today. Your presence and contributions enrich our discussions and pave the way for innovative solutions. Dear valued participants, I also extend my appreciation to all the attendees for your presence and active participation in this important dialogue. Your dedication and commitment to the advancement of TVET are truly commendable. Let us seize this opportunity to collaborate, share ideas, and develop strategies that will bridge the gaps in our TVET ecosystems. Together, we can create a brighter future for our students, industries, and nation. In conclusion, addressing the gaps in TVET ecosystem requires a collective effort from all stakeholders. By working together, we can create a future where TVET is recognized and valued as a key pillar of our education systems. Let us seize this opportunity to collaborate, innovate, and develop actionable solutions that will shape the future of TVET in our country. Thank you once again for your presence, and I wish you all a productive and enlightening event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather to explore into the continuous agenda of TVET and higher education reforms in Malaysia. These reforms are crucial for equipping our future generations with the knowledge, skills, and competency needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. Throughout the course of this event, Professor Madya Technologist Dr. Haryanti Muhammad Effendi, who will be with us for about an hour, will guide us through the key aspects of these reforms. She will explore the curriculum enhancement efforts to align TVET and higher education program with industry demands. She will also delve into the importance of industry collaboration and the fostering of partnerships to provide students with practical experience and exposure to real-world scenario. Before we invite our guest speaker today, allow me to give some brief introductions about her. Profesor Madya Technologist Dr. Haryanti memperoleh kelaikan akademik dalam bidang pendidikan teknikal dan vokasional di UTeM pada tahun 2007. Seterusnya menyambung pelajaran dalam bidang ijazah sarjana pengukuran dan penilaian di UTeM pada 2010 dan PhD Alam Bina di UTeM pada 2015. Beliau telah berkhidmat di UTeM sejak Julai 2015 sebagai pensyarah kanan dan sebelum itu berkhidmat sebagai tutor di UTeM dari tahun 2007 sehingga Mac 2015. PM Technologist Dr. Haryanti memegang jawatan pentadbiran sebagai penyelaras jaringan industri dan masyarakat di Jabatan Pendidikan Kejuruteraan FKAB UKM dan beliau juga merupakan Ketua Pejabat MyRevet Satelit UKM. Kepakaran beliau adalah dalam bidang TVET yang memfokuskan kepada pembangunan kompetensi, public-private partnership and effective teaching and learning, Beliau telah melibatkan diri dalam 19 projek penyelidikan dan telah memegang jawatan sebagai ketua projek utama untuk 9 projek penyelidikannya seperti Geran Konsortium Kecemerlangan Penyelidikan KKP, FRGS, AKEPT, Geran Industri, GGPM, Geran Kajian Dasar Pendidikan serta Geran Perundingan dari kementerian yang terlibat dengan TVET. Pada peringkat antarabangsa, beliau telah dilantik sebagai ahli lembaga editor bagi siri buku penyelidikan Emergent Issues in Research on Vocational Education and Training oleh Jabatan Pendidikan Stockholm University, Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we invite Professor Madya Theologist Dr. Haryanti to take the stage and enlighten us with her profound knowledge and insights on TVET and higher education reform for Malaysia, a continuous agenda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat pagi serta salam sejahtera saya ucapkan kepada semua. Pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada pihak AKEPT dan juga pihak UTeM kerana sudi menjemput saya untuk berkongsi sedikit ilmu, pengetahuan dan juga pengalaman dalam melalui dapatan kajian-kajian TVET yang telah saya jalankan bersama dengan kementerian di Malaysia serta industri. Saya diberikan tajuk berkaitan TVET and Higher Education Reform for Malaysia, a continuous agenda. Okey, sebelum saya bermula, slide saya sediakan dalam dua bahasa dan mohon juga untuk saya menyampaikan perkongsian saya ini dalam dua bahasa. Okey. Next. Okay. Saya rasa semua kita sedia maklum, dia bila dah jadi pensyarah, dia susah nak berdiri saja, kan? Dia tak senang. Saya rasa kita semua sedia maklum bahawa teknologi di industri sentiasa berubah. Okay. Okey, teknologi di industri sentiasa berubah dan perubahannya sangat laju. Jadi kita faham bahawa globalisasi dan teknologi ini telah membentuk industri di Malaysia. Jadi saya yakin bahawa kita semua setuju bahawa Malaysia tak ketinggalan. Bila kita sebut 4th IR, semua kata kita buat 4th IR. Bila kita kata we are going for the 5th IR, semua kata oh kita pun buat 5th IR. Sampai kita sendiri betul-betul faham apa itu 4th Industrial Revolution, apa itu 5th Industrial Revolution. Kita buat, apa orang buat, kita buat. Jadi sebab kita tak nak ketinggalan, kan? Kita tak nak ketinggalan bagi membolehkan kita selari ataupun berlari sama laju dengan industri. Jadi bila kita sebut tentang industri, kita selaku supplier pekerja TVET terbesar di Malaysia. Maknanya kita supply dan demand kita adalah industri, bermaksud wujud ekosistem supply dan demand di sini. Bila ada wujud ekosistem supply dan demand, bermaksud bila kita supply, kita kena supply mengikut kehendak dan keperluan demand, kan? Demand berubah, kita kena berubah. Okey. Jadi kita kena being responsif dan kita punya sistem pendidikan perlu fleksibel dan relevan mengikut keperluan semasa. Okey. Tapi saya tak nak cerita dulu terus tentang bila kita sebut kita nak berubah, kita nak sebut kita berubah, kita terus bagi this is cara-cara untuk kita buat the way forward, kan, tanpa kita identify sebenarnya ada masalah dalam sistem TVET Malaysia. Banyak kajian yang kita dah buat. Saya rasa untuk kajian TVET reformasi ni, saya rasa saya ada 3 kajian. Satu bersama Kementerian Sumber Manusia, satu lagi bersama Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, satu lagi bersama dengan KPM. untuk melihat sistem tadbir urus ekosistem TVET di Malaysia. So kalau kita tengok kat sini, masalah-masalah ni ada banyak. Okay. Oh, next. Sorry. Masalah-masalah ni ada banyak berkaitan dengan sistem tadbir. Tapi tuan-tuan, sebenarnya banyak sangat. Saya dah screening semalam, saya dapat kena bagi talk ni petang semalam. Saya screening sebab ada isu-isu sensitif yang we cannot share, kan? Jadi saya cuba untuk lenientkan isu-isu ni supaya kita semua faham. Bila kita sebut tentang TVET, kita tak boleh, saya selalu cakap dengan semua orang, kan? Setuju tak kalau saya kata orang TVET tak boleh cepat koyak, betul tak? So, jadi bila kita sebut tentang isu ni banyak, isu panas, isu sensitif. So bila kita bentangkan tu, kita cuba mencari satu cara untuk memastikan bahawa dia tidak macam trigger supaya salah siapa silap di mana. Tapi bila kita sebut tentang ekosistem, dia adalah ekosistem yang sangat besar, TVET. Sebab TVET ni melibatkan VET system, which is the organisasi, kita punya government, kita punya labour market dan kita punya social agency, kan? Okay. Kalau kita tengok kepada masalah, okay, saya rasa ramai yang setuju kat saya. Kajian-kajian yang kami jalankan ni, sebab bila kita sebut tentang isu masalah, nanti semua orang akan rasa macam okey, betul ke you buat kajian dengan siapa? Okey, jangan risau tuan-tuan dan puan. Ketiga-tiga kajian ni dia berjalan berasingan. Jadi setiap kajian kita akan buat focus group discussion, and every focus group discussion we have representative from the government, the institution, industry-led body, the industry, social agency, and terlalu ramai stakeholder, dan sekurang-kurangnya mesti ada 150 and above of the participant. We have done that focus group discussion. So kalau kita melihat kepada isu-isu sistem tadbir urus, kewangan, kompetensi, kesedaran, kesediaan industri, kurikulum dan sebagainya, yang paling utama, saya rasa semua pun setuju, tapi ada yang kata ini masalah dan ini bukan masalah, iaitu terdapat terlalu banyak ataupun badan yang berbeza dalam mengakreditasi TVET Malaysia. Betul? Kita ada GPK, kita ada MBOT, kita ada ETEC, BM, kan? Dan ianya KOPTA yang diwujudkan disebabkan itu. Tapi biasalah, macam saya selalu cakap, kan, okay. Bakteria jahat ni adalah bakteria baik yang disakiti. Okey, jadi ketidaksepadanan, ketidakkesamaan, membawa haluan bersama itu telah menyebabkan wujud perbezaan di antara sistem-sistem atau badan akreditasi, kan? Kecelaruan TVET di Malaysia sebab badan ada certain universiti, ada tak kata universiti, college vocational, politeknik, kita nak buat MBOT ke nak buat BM ETEC ke MBOT? Kalau kita buat ETEC jadi macam ni, kan? Kalau kita buat ETEC jadi macam ni, susah ETEC sekian. Tapi ETEC kita boleh pergi sampai IR, kan? Pelajar-pelajar kita boleh ada. Tapi MBOT pula macam ni. So, ini yang menyebabkan kecelaruan tadi. Macam bagi ceramah pula. Okey. Dan badan akreditasi ni kadang-kadang kita nak kata dia tidak ditubuhkan berdasarkan keperluan tu, tidak. Tapi macam saya kata bakteria jahat tadi tu adalah bakteria baik yang disakiti, kan? Jadi muncul tu memang ada sebab, dan memang kenapa kita nak buat, sebab ada keperluan. Cumanya bila wujud keperluan yang kita nak cater tadi, dia dah terlalu banyak dan dia tidak berjalan sehala. Dan saya tak tahulah kalau orang percaya, orang setuju atau tidak dengan saya bila saya katakan our kementerian, our accreditation body are working in silo. Macam nanti kena ban pula ni. Okay, tak apa. Working in silo, kan? The kementerian is KPM bergerak mempunyai hala tuju, misi dan visi sendiri. The KSM they have their own kita ada 14 kementerian. Kita ada MTVET yang cuba untuk menyatukan kementerian-kementerian ini. Betul tak? Tapi ramai yang cakap, bila kita buat focus group discussion, ramai yang cakap tak nampak pun apa-apa hasil. Betul? Apa hasilnya? Maksudnya, yes, they are trying their best. Okay? I'm working closely with Datuk Palani di MTVET, and Datuk banyak share dengan saya apa inisiatif TVET dijalankan, tapi wujudnya bila kita kata setiap kementerian dia punya anak dia sendiri. Ni anak kita kan, MARA, dia ada TVET MARA dia sendiri kan, KSM dia ada GPK, dia ada SKM. So everybody are working in silo, but now we are in the process of to make sure that everybody are on the same page to achieve the same mission and vision and goal. Okay. Seterusnya kalau kita tengok banyak badan kementerian, struktur takbir urus TVET yang kurang kukuh. Kita ada banyak sistem TVET, TVET MARA, TVET GPK, TVET MQA, TVET KPT, TVET KPM. There's a lot of system. Jadi bila terlalu banyak sistem yang berbeza-beza ini tanpa ada satu pemegang yang mampu menyatukan, itu yang menyebabkan kecelaruan yang timbul kepada kita, which is kita adalah TVET player lah kan, pensyarah-pensyarah ataupun pengajar-pengajar di LKA dan LKS. Okey, dan bila kita kata tentang sistem takbir urus, okey, bila kita kata tentang sistem takbir urus, sokongan, bila kita cakap okey, bila kita nak buat TVET, TVET ni industry-led curriculum, industry-led institution, tapi sokongan dalam menjalankan kolaborasi itu tidak begitu kuat, tidak teguh datang daripada kementerian, datang daripada labour market, datang daripada social agency. Dia tidak dapat membantu kolaborasi dengan investor luar. Kan, kalau kita lihat berapa banyak MOA, MOU yang dijalankan setiap tahun, kita ada banyak MOU, MOA, tapi adakah MOA dan MOU ini sustain? Kan, so kita tak ada satu kerajaan tidak membantu dalam untuk memastikan kolaborasi yang ada ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan mencapai aim, mission and vision serta goal yang telah ditetapkan. So satu lagi yang kita perasan, kebanyakannya dialog di antara industri dan kerajaan ni sikit, tak banyak. Untuk kita understand what are the needs from the industry dan untuk kita fahamkan kekangan daripada pihak kerajaan. Saya bagi satu contoh. Contohnya macam di pihak saya sendiri, di jabatan kita ada satu drone incubator Maker X Lab yang telah di-sponsored by Futurize di bawah Cyberview Sembilan Berhad. Jadinya bila kita dapat this drone incubator, kita ada aktiviti-aktiviti yang kita nak jalankan. Cumanya bila kita dapat projek daripada industri, contohnya ada satu industri suruh kita pergi ke Korea kan, tapi kita diberi masa yang sangat singkat, 1 bulan. Sedangkan SOP untuk government servant ataupun government student to go abroad memakan masa berapa? 3 bulan. Betul tak? So because of that misunderstanding between agensi dan juga industri menyebabkan kolaborasi ini tak boleh berlaku. Kan? So kita perasan, kita selalu cakap industri tak nak collaborate, and then industri selalu cakap susah nak collaborate dengan kementerian because of that SOP, and then that gap memang wujud. So I will explain later about the how we want to develop the governance model or structure in Malaysia. And then kalau kita lihat pengurusan institusi tidak memainkan peranan dalam menjalankan kolaborasi dengan industri, and some of our pengarah institusi kurang kemahiran untuk bekerjasama dengan industri. Memang ada kan, kalau kita tengok kita punya pengurusan atasan, dia pun tak pergi buat kolaborasi, dia pun tak ada jaringan kolaborasi, tapi dia suruh kita pergi buat jaringan kolaborasi. So macam mana kita nak learn, macam mana kita nak make sure kita ada ekosistem ataupun support daripada kita punya pengurusan to make sure that the collaboration that been done can be sustained. So yang paling utama, policy. Tiada polisi yang menyokong TVET dan tiada enforcement. Contohnya, Akta Gaji tahun 2022. Gaji minimum hanyalah 1,500. Maksudnya di sini, you ada degree, you pergi kerja, industri bagi 1,500, cukup. Dia tidak mengikut kelayakan yang sebenar. So, tak ada enforcement. If we have that kind of akta yang mengatakan pemberian gaji mengikut kelayakan dan responsibility, betul tak? So ini menjadi punca kenapa masyarakat kita tak nak hantar anak pergi buat TVET. Kan? Mana ada orang hantar anak pergi belajar mahal sampai berapa puluh ribu, berapa 4 tahun, tiba-tiba balik kerja 1,500. Kan? Okey tuan-tuan, kita kena faham generasi alpha, okey? Generasi alpha, kita selalu cakap this generation tak nak kerja dekat luar kawasan. tak nak kerja jauh daripada mak bapak. Okay. Tapi saya rasa tuan-tuan kena faham satu perkara. Kalau mereka bekerja di luar kawasan, jauh daripada mak bapak, dengan gaji yang hanya 2,500, kan? Bayar minyak, bayar makan, bayar rumah and so on, apa yang tinggal? Itu menyebabkan kebanyakan pelajar-pelajar ni nak duduk dekat rumah sebab tak payah bayar bil. Kan? Nak pergi kalau naik basikal pun, rumah saya depan tu je kerja. Kita kena faham perkara itu sebenarnya. It's not about pelajar kita manja. Saya tak kata saya menangkan pelajar, tidak. Tapi itu realiti sebenar. Kan? 2,500. I got a friends yang baru graduate. Adik-adik lah. Kan? Digajikan dengan 2,000. Duduk dekat Gombak. Mak kat Johor. Kita sebagai parent nak lepas anak gaji 2,000, duduk kat Gombak macam mana nak pergi kerja daripada bilik sewa saja dah 300. Nak kalau dah lah tak ada kenderaan, nak naik Grab. So itu adalah kekangan-kekangan yang paling utama, gaji. Ini menyebabkan pelajar kita, graduan kita tak berminat dengan TVET, dan masyarakat kita sebagai parent pun tak rasa macam TVET adalah merupakan satu laluan yang terbaik sebabkan oleh itu yang paling utama. Okay, kalau kita lihat kat sini. Tapi sebenarnya kalau kita lihat pada politeknik, ILP dan sebagainya, memang banyak success story yang ada dapat gaji yang besar-besar, ada, tapi the percentage is very low. So that's why saya kata tadi tiada enforcement, tiada akta yang boleh dibuat untuk menjaga kebajikan pelajar-pelajar atau graduan TVET ini. Okay? So inisiatif kepada industri. Tiada inisiatif. Kita kata kita buat potongan teks, kan? Tapi bila kita pergi industri, dia kata tak cukup potongan teks, sikit sangat. Kita nak potongan berganda dan sebagainya. Okay, nanti saya share lah apa yang industri minta. Yes, kita kena faham satu perkara lagi. Industri adalah money making company, betul? Kan? Masa adalah money. So kalau dia kehabisan masa untuk buat this kind of collaboration, they don't have that kind of money. Kan? So that's why kebanyakannya dia mesti nak in return. Okey, bila kita bercakap tentang kolaborasi, bila kita cakap tentang kerjasama ni datang daripada dalam dua perkara. Satu alliance, satu network. Wujud perbezaan antara alliance dan network. Network merupakan dua organisasi yang berbeza bekerjasama dalam satu program untuk mencapai dua objektif yang berbeza. Kalau alliance adalah dua organisasi yang berbeza melakukan satu program atau aktiviti untuk mencapai satu objektif yang sama. Kita nak cari alliance ke kita nak cari network? Kebanyakannya kita silap, kita banyak buat network, some of us buat alliance. There is always win-win situation. Tapi bila saya cakap dengan industri, dia kata mana ada win-win situation? Tak ada, tak pernah wujud win-win situation. So itu punca utama kenapa industri tak nak collaborate dengan kita. Okay? And then obviously bila kita sebut tentang kompetensi pesyarah, kompetensi pengalaman industri pesyarah, berapa ramai pesyarah-pesyarah kita yang pergi kepada industri, they have the experience in industry. Dia pergi duduk kat industri for 3 months sebab kita punya cuti sabbatical is not easy, betul tak? Kita nak dapat pergi buat latihan industri bukan mudah untuk kita dapat that kind of opportunity. So that's why kebanyakan pensyarah-pensyarah kita banyak yang tak ada industry experience ataupun industri kompetensi. Sedangkan ini adalah elemen yang paling penting. Bila kita nak mengajar dan teknologi sentiasa berubah, how come you kata 3 tahun lepas saya dah pergi industri dah? Kan? Tapi 3 tahun ni, 3 tahun punya cerita, teknologi dah berubah. Betul? So kita tak boleh nak sampaikan new knowledge or new technology. Jadinya kita kena faham bila kita nak sebut tentang perubahan pula. Bila kita nak sebut tentang perubahan ni dia ada agent-agent dia. So perubahan ni bukan boleh dibuat kita ambil adopt kita buat, cannot. So perubahan ni ada ekosistem dia. I will explain later, okay? So kita nampak kemahiran pedagogi, kebanyakannya lecturer-lecturer yang baru, pedagogi digital memang sangat mantap. Tapi masalah tentang insaniah, penerapan insaniah dalam kalangan pelajar kurang. Pensyarah-pensyarah lama, penerapan insaniah dalam pelajar sangat bagus. Tapi digital content knowledge kurang. So di situ kita sebagai pengurusan perlu pandai dan faham macam mana kita nak memenuhi kelompong itu, the gaps itu. So adakah soalannya, selalu cakap, mampu ke bukan? Kenapa tak hantar pensyarah-pensyarah lama ni pergi buat belajar digital, content kan. Soalannya, the capability of pensyarah itu sendiri. Is it worth it for you to send them? Yes. The percentage of they get the competency mungkin 50% and below kan. Sebab kita kena tengok tadi, perubahan tadi. Are they capable and they ready to change? Kalau dia tak capable and tak ready, so kita kena do something lah untuk kita feed them with our new fluid curriculum ni, future ready curriculum. Okay? So, kalau kita lihat kepada pelajar, okay, isu tentang masalah pelajar pula, okay, kebanyakannya pelajar kita memang sangat bagus dalam technical, sangat bagus. Technical kompetensi mereka memang kita tak boleh argue, tak boleh argue. That's why kita punya GE, kalau politeknik saya rasa more than 90%, kan? Kalau college vocational more than 90%, some universities are higher, kan? Tapi masalah yang selalu industri kata it's not about the technical competency. It's about the soft competency. It's about the generic competency. So pelajar-pelajar kita, mereka ada masalah tentang teamwork, tentang communication, especially because this kind of student, bila mereka belajar dalam era digital ni, kita ada banyak jenis pengajaran kan, Hutagogi, Pedagogi, Cybergogi. Bila kita implement this and kita lupa as a pensyarah untuk kita embedkan all this soft skill, itu yang menyebabkan kita lahirkan pelajar-pelajar ni yang very lone ranger. They cannot communicate well sebab they only can communicate through social media. Kan? Takkanlah boleh je kalau bos nak communicate pakai WhatsApp, pakai TikTok kan? Boleh. Tapi that is the new era lah, the changes that can be done kan? Contoh macam kita tengok Khairul Aming, macam mana dia treat dia punya worker is totally different. Sebab most of the worker adalah alpha generation. So the way kita nak kata this kind of capability of student adalah berbeza. Sebab setiap student mempunyai capability learning yang berbeza. Okay? And then kesedaran TVET, okay, saya dah explain tadi. And is about the masyarakat satu dan pelajar sendiri. Kalau kita tengok dalam Facebook kan, dalam Facebook grup-grup TVET dekat Malaysia ni, ada pelajar tu kata, saya tak faham lah pasal program teknologi kejuruteraan. Teknologi kejuruteraan ni apa Walaupun dia sedang belajar teknologi kejuruteraan. Apa beza dia? Dia boleh kerja apa? Nanti dia jadi engineer ke tidak? So kesedaran dalam diri pelajar tu, dia sendiri tak tahu, saya ni dah masuk dalam bidang TVET. The bidang TVET hala tujuannya begini. It's totally different with the engineering. Even though we have the ETEK mampu menjadikan pelajar itu sampai ke satu tahap ke IR, tapi mereka melalui jalan-jalan yang berbeza. So kesedaran dari pihak pelajar tu sendiri. So dia masuk atas dasar dia masuk and then dah, itu je. Kan? So itu yang menyebabkan banyak masyarakat, pelajar dan juga industri tak faham mengenai TVET ataupun kefahaman TVET di kalangan masyarakat, industri dan pelajar ini rendah. Okay. So kesediaan industri, isu tentang industri, okay. Kita ada politeknik, kita ada college community, kita ada ILP, kita ada MARA, ada 14. Tapi pada masa yang sama, kita ada industri, contoh macam Gamuda, kan, Masing dan sebagainya. Mereka mempunyai training center sendiri. Faham? Kan? Kenapa you nak buat training center sendiri sedangkan kita ada kita punya higher education ataupun ILK, ALTS? Because of this, jadi kebanyakan pekerja-pekerja yang berada dalam industri, dah berada dalam industri, kan, mereka akan kekal dalam industri, dan untuk memastikan industri ini memastikan dia tak keluar modal banyak, that's why dia buat training center sendiri. Dan dia tak nak masa yang lama. Kalau dia hantar pelajar-pelajar pergi buat SKM, masa tu lama. Sekarang kita dalam proses SKM, kita nak modularkan. Okay, kita nak modularkan supaya masanya singkat. Dia dapat SKM, dia terus boleh kerja dalam masa seminggu dua. Tapi bila dia pergi training bawah company dia sendiri, so dia ada sangat banyak masa dan dia boleh improve dia punya kompetensi. So that's why this company, big company, contractor dan sebagainya, they have their own training center. Tapi kenapa this happen? Kan? Why don't they work with us untuk menjadikan kita sebagai training center mereka? Nampak tak? So there is a gap. Ada banyak perkara yang kita terlepas pandang. Okay? And then sistem maklumat. Obviously, bila kita cakap tentang sistem maklumat, kita tak ada satu sistem. Kalau pernah dengar Cedefop adalah untuk Europe. Cedefop ni adalah satu sistem untuk Europe punya TVET. NCVR for Australia, I think. Am I right? NCVR. So dia ada satu sistem yang kita boleh tahu the industry, dia boleh tahu tentang data, dia boleh tahu tentang program dan sebagainya daripada satu sistem. Tapi Malaysia, we are in the process to develop the system, kan? Cuma kita kena faham kita ada akta data di mana tak semua data-data ni boleh dikeluarkan, dibagi tahu secara umum. Itu menjadi satu kekangan. That's why industri macam tak boleh, data ni kita tak boleh bagi. So itu menjadi kekangan kenapa perkara-perkara ni kita tak boleh nak jalankan. So that's why kita kena lihat balik revamp ataupun kita murnikan balik this akta dan polisi untuk kita dapat develop the new TVET ecosystem untuk kita fit ataupun kita achieve the mission and vision. Okay, and one more thing is pertindihan program. Bendanya sama, kan? 14 kementerian, 14 jenis latihan, training center. Kita tambah pula dengan industri yang buat training center sendiri dan berlaku pertindihan program. Bila berlaku pertindihan program, kalau ikutkan sebenarnya bila kita adalah negara pengeluar, kita memerlukan ramai TVET worker, kan, kemahiran. Tapi sebab pelajar-pelajar kita tak minat nak masuk TVET because of the gaji, so kita telah menyebabkan TVET ni dia cram somewhere. Dia tak boleh nak berkembang, kan? Sebab macam saya cakap tadi, dia berkait. Setiap masalah ni berkait. Dia working in silo. When they are working in silo, they have their own mission and vision. We are not working together. We don't have the data. Kesedaran tak ada. Akta dan polisi tak membantu. The institution themselves don't want to collaborate with the industry and so on. So ini yang menyebabkan masalah-masalah ni. Kenapa TVET system ni kita nampak dah lama kita cuba buat macam-macam, tapi yes, improvement tu ada, tapi bagi pendapat saya sendirilah, dia tidaklah sebanyak mana yang kita harapkan, tapi kita ongoing, okay, promising, ongoing. Okay, next. Okay. Baru kita pergi kepada key aspect. Baru kita pergi kepada daripada masalah tadi, macam mana kita nak ada cadangan penyelesaian. This is the cadangan penyelesaian. Okay, dapatan-dapatan ni yang kita dapat bukan daripada chat GPT tau, tak ada, bukan chat GPT. Ni daripada kajian-kajian yang kita jalankan, kita dah combinekan. This is the dapatan. They are talking about jaminan kualiti dalam pembangunan graduan, kerjasama industri, kurikulum dan kelayakan TVET, sistem tadbir urus, pembiayaan dana, maklumat dan telekomunikasi. Okey. Saya pergi kepada sistem tadbir urus. Next. Next lagi. Okey. Sebelum kita pergi kepada sistem tadbir urus yang Malaysia, kami telah menjalankan satu kajian di bawah KPM untuk kita melihat perbezaan TVET education di Asia. Kita tengok macam mana sistem dekat China, macam mana dekat Jepun, Korea, Australia, India dan sebagainya. So kita dapati kebanyakan negara memulakan pendidikan TVET dalam sistem pendidikan di peringkat menengah atas, tetapi China mempunyai pendidikan TVET seawal menengah rendah. Sejurus selesai pendidikan rendah selama 7 tahun. And then kajian ini juga mendapati kerjasama dan penglibatan daripada pemain industri juga memainkan peranan besar dalam memperkasakan pendidikan TVET di negara-negara maju ini. So organisasi selain industri seperti Kementerian Buruh juga mempunyai tugas dalam membangunkan piawaian dan analisis keperluan tenaga mahir yang diperlukan oleh negara kita. So that's why saya cakap tadi, kalau kita melihat kepada VET governance model yang dikeluarkan oleh Sadefop, ada 4 jenis. Ada liberal, segmentalist, ada kooperatif dan ada statis. Okay? So kalau kita lihat Jepun ni dia segmentalist, kan? So ada sistem yang ada 4 elemen, which is the VET system themselves, government, labour market dan social agency. Ada country social agency tak function pun, kan? Dia punya dia punya Kementerian Buruh tak memberi apa-apa impak pun dekat dalam sistem, tak membantu. Akta yang dikeluarkan pun tak boleh ikut dan sebagainya, so dia tak ada satu power yang penuh. So ada certain negara mempunyai tenaga buruh, Kementerian Tenaga Buruh ataupun grup tenaga buruh yang sangat kuat voice mereka. So ini menunjukkan setiap negara mempunyai different TVET governance model ataupun ekosistem. Daripada kajian yang kita dah buat, kita dapati tak ada satu pun daripada 4 model tu fit dengan Malaysia. Tak ada. Sebab unik, kita unik. Sebab apa? Sebab apa kita unik? Sebab bila kita nak buat change, kita nak buat intervention to change, kita ada 4 elemen yang kita kena confirmkan ataupun kita kena ambil kira. Yang pertama adalah readiness to change, capability to change, culture, ekosistem ataupun environment, and then the capability of the change agent. 4, kan? Kalau change agent tu dia capable untuk mengubah sistem, tapi the system itself are not ready and not capable, dia tak jadi. Betul? Kalau culture, kalau environment tak support the change, dia tak jadi. So 4 perkara ni perlu diambil kira bila kita nak develop ataupun kita nak buat sesuatu change. So it's really important. Kebanyakan daripada kita bila kita nak buat change, kita tak ambil kira benda-benda ni. Kita pergi Jerman, kita pergi Finland, kita pergi UK, kita balik, kita buat sistem ni, kita adopt. No. Kan? I got one friend, Professor Lazaro Moreno from University of Stockholm, Sweden. Dia cakap, dia punya menteri pergi Finland to learn about TVET in Finland and German. Okay, both. When he come back, dia kata apa? I'm very happy with what we have now. Just let German and Finland do their own TVET and we did our own. Tu je. Kita buat kita punya, dia orang buat dia punya. Sebab kita tak boleh nak adopt dia punya because of ada banyak perkara. Akta, polisi, culture, environment is totally different. So kita buat kita punya, jalan kita punya. Okay, there is no adoption. Adapt, yes. Adapt, kena analyse, kena identify, kena confirmkan, dan kita boleh buat satu, develop satu culture. Okay, next. Okay, now this is comparison, okay, untuk Europe. Tapi tak banyak country kita ambil. Ada 5 country kita ambil. So kalau kita tengok kat sini, VET legal framework is determined by federal governance. Maksudnya dia ada satu, federal governance satu yang mengetuai VET sistem dia. Satu je. Dia ada banyak tapi ada satu ketua. Macam kita ada banyak tapi for the time being kita tak ada ketua lagi. Tak ada siapa. MTVET sekarang di bawah MOHR, but then can we counted them as the leader? I don't know. So kita kena tengok balik lah, kan? And then a better focus on driving the national agenda. Okay, industry involvement in learning more towards the formation of VET system implementation, and they will ensure and increase the flexibility of education and training. The flexibility of education and training. Okay, this is how dia boleh berubah directly ikut industri. The flexibility, which kita tak ada. Kita tak ada that kind of flexibility because of the bureaucracy, prosedur, SOP dan sebagainya. Okay, next. Okay, kalau kita tengok kat sini, the system of apprenticeship in industry can reduce institutional expenses in providing equipment and material. So the industry can provide the latest machine and equipment in line with technological development. Students are exposed to real work condition and this prepares students to transition into the industry. Kita tahu kan, kalau Jerman dual industry dan sebagainya, dan kebanyakannya kalau dekat Europe memang dia work based lah, memang more kepada practical. Okay, next. Okay, kalau kita tengok berkaitan dengan financing, okay, financing dia datang daripada one single source, input oriented, which is transparent and easy to calculate, enable cost benchmarking across institution, and direct channel, better ability to funding to respond to ministry training priorities, and better control with less complexity. Kalau kita tengok tax dia kat situ, nampak tak? Tax itu berapa persen? 14 tak? 14 ke 10 tax kita kan? So that is the tax kat sana. Prof Lala tu cakap, I punya tax 50%. Sweden 50% tax. Daripada gaji 60,000 sebulan, 50% dah tinggal berapa. Tapi daripada tax tu, dia develop dia punya facilities dekat negara dia dan sebagainya. Tapi gaji dia besar lah, kan? Cuba kalau tuan gaji 60,000, senyum tuan, kan? That's the different lah. Okay, next. Okay, kita tengok pada quality program development. Okay, changes in labour market needs can be adapted and implemented quickly. Any changes that happen in industry can be implemented and adapted quickly. So that is the dia punya kelebihan dia. So macam saya cakap tadi lah, the issue of us we have the bureaucracy and so on. So kita tak boleh argue benda-benda macam tu. Tapi kelebihan mereka. Ada satu, saya tak ingat lah negara mana. Last year saya ke Stockholm untuk menyertai VETNet punya conference di Finland. Daripada Seoul kita ke Finland. Dalam tu, tapi saya memang tak pasti negara mana. Sampai satu tahap negara ni, contohnya saya graduan kan, saya bekerja, saya graduan, saya akan bekerja di Samsung, okay? Samsung. Saya akan bekerja di Samsung, for example, selama 5 bulan. Dan lepas habis di Samsung, saya boleh pergi ke Top Glove. Saya dah bekerja tahu, saya boleh pergi ke Top Glove. Dan lepas ke Top Glove, saya boleh pergi ke Cellcom. Saya boleh pergi ke mana-mana. Saya tanya dia, macam mana at the end of the day you can have that kind of cooperation after 20 years of discussion. 20 years. Kita tak boleh expect semalam kita sembang, hari ni jadi. Semalam kalau, hari ni siap. Okay? Cannot. Okay? The program offered are relevant to needs of the industry. Students are trained to meet the need of industry and continuous improvement feedback to the industry and the quality of program according to the needs of the industry. Okay. Next. Now, this is the way forward. The cadangan, okay, the cadangan adalah untuk menggabungkan, okay, badan profesional, MQA, MBOT, BM, JPK, to make sure that kita berada dalam satu hala tuju. Susah, memang susah. Bukan senang. Nak kumpulkan 14 kementerian pun susah. Jadi, tapi why not? Kita boleh cuba. Untuk kita iktiraf, untuk kita accredit, untuk kita urus persediaan, untuk kita iktiraf profesional, kan? Orang cakap, oh saya lalu ITEK. Kan, saya ITEK, saya boleh jadi IR. Awak setakat lalu MBOT je. Tak boleh jadi apa-apa, jadi PS je. Dah so what? Macam tu kan? Boleh cop, boleh sign. Tak ada macam tu. So, itu berlaku orang kata apa? Diskriminasi lah kadang-kadang, kan? Kita lihat di kalangan pelajar tu sendiri, di kalangan graduan tu sendiri. Sebab ada graduan bila dia ambil engineering teknologi kan, dia harap macam, oh saya satu hari nanti saya nak jadi IR. Tapi ada kekangan-kekangan macam tu berlaku. Banyaklah pula cerita-cerita lain. So kita cuba, this is the cadangan lah yang diberi oleh pihak-pihak industri dan kementerian, bukan saya bagi, bukan ChatGPT bagi. Okay? So peranan kerajaan, okay, peranan kerajaan dalam membangunkan TVET negara. So memperkasakan kerjasama di antara kementerian, MOHR, KPT, KPM, dalam negeri, wanita, kerja raya. We need to sit together and then kita kena ada untuk membincangkan supaya kita boleh buat satu alliance. I'm talking about alliance, alliance bukan network, alliance untuk kita capai objektif yang sama. Okay, objektif yang sama sebab TVET ni objektif dia sama. Jadi macam saya kata tadi, okay, macam mana kita nak capai alliance atau network tadi? Macam mana kita nak develop this governance structure yang bagus? Yang paling utama, pertama sekali adalah untuk kita investigate stakeholder kita. Sebagai contoh, kita nak bekerjasama dengan Honda. Okay, kebanyakan kita lah bila kita buat jaringan industri, masyarakat semua, kita tahu kita nak pergi Honda, kita pergi je Honda. Okey, tuan, kita ada projek macam ni sekian. Tuan boleh tak sponsor kita, support kita? Kita nak labs dan sebagainya. Selalunya kita akan dapat jawapan apa? Dia antara dua lah. Sama ada mengecewakan atau dia rasa macam, kita tengok dulu, kita boleh bagi ni sekian. Kenapa ada jawapan macam tu? Sebab kita tak investigate dan kita tak kaji mission and vision dan goals company tu, stakeholder tu. Pernah kita kaji. Honda ni, dia punya mission and vision apa? What kind of activity yang dia selalu buat? Sebab bila ada kajian-kajian ni, barulah kita tahu adakah kita nak jadi alliance ataupun kita nak jadi network. Kita nak capai objektif yang sama ataupun kita nak capai objektif yang beza. Kan? Sebagai contoh, kita kena tahu Honda ni dia punya partner yang paling close siapa? Mungkinlah contohnya Goodyear. Bila kita nak develop satu projek ataupun kita nak dapatkan satu dana dan sebagainya, Honda kata kita boleh bagi 50% je. Kan? Lepas tu you katalah, oh sebenarnya dekat kita punya institution, kita ada satu lab untuk design tayar punya bunga dan sebagainya. Oh, we are very close with this Goodyear. So Goodyear can involve with this project. That is why we need to investigate and understand our stakeholder. Bila kita dah investigate the mission, vision, activity, keperluan dia dan sebagainya, dekat situ kita boleh analyse gap. Kita punya objektif adalah apa? Selalunya objektif kita penjanaan. Kita nak duit kan? Yang kedua GE, 2 je. Kalau UTeM 2. Penjanaan dengan graduate employability. So kita kena achieve 2. Adakah graduate employability itu merupakan mission and vision industry? Tak. Kan? Dah tu kenapa dia nak buat projek program kita? Sebab tak datang hasil kat dia. So there is where kita kena identify the gaps. Apa gaps dia? Oh, kita ada different mission and vision. Macam mana kita nak ada different mission and vision tapi kita boleh buat projek yang sama tapi dua-dua boleh capai? Macam mana kita nak pastikan kita ada objektif yang sama, mission and vision yang sama tapi dengan satu objektif? That's why saya kata alliance and network tadi. So that is different. Okay? So kita kena identify, kita kena buat gaps, kita kena develop agreement because walaupun kita nak capai win-win situation is hard, tapi we are trying. We are trying to achieve that win-win situation. Okay? And then berkaitan dengan polisi. Okay. Ni cadangan. Sebenarnya di bawah Majlis Profesor Negara, di bawah kluster TVET, ada dicadangkan untuk menubuhkan satu suruhanjaya TVET yang berperanan dalam menyelaras sistem TVET untuk kita bantu develop akta, develop dasar, jauh atau terkeluar daripada politik. Kita adalah stand alone, kan? Macam suruhanjaya pendidikan, kan? Is the suruhanjaya. But then hopefully ianya boleh dilaksanakan lah. Maksudnya untuk kita bangunkan supaya kita nak pastikan bahawa TVET ni boleh sustain. And then kita kena bangunkan akta TVET negara lah. Enforcement, akta, gaji, kerja, pasal tenaga buruh, kan? Kita tahu banyak industri kata apa, you ingat nak masuk tenaga buruh ni murah ke, mahal? Tapi kenapa mereka masih lagi gunakan tenaga buruh luar? Sebab because of the attitude, because of the kemampuan, kompetensi pelajar kita lagi bagus, tapi because of the attitude dan needs. Bangla datang Malaysia, dia nak kerja je. Dia tak nak pergi taman burung. Adalah cuti-cuti kan, pergi KLCC. Dia tak ada intention nak pergi camping, kan? Dia tak ada pun. So, dia boleh bekerja setiap hari tanpa gagal sebab dia nak duit. Tapi orang Malaysia, kita ada banyak kekangan, kan? Kenduri kahwin, majlis hari jadi, anniversary, kan? So that is the kekangan yang wujud. Kenapa? Kalau you kerja cuti, so bila masa projek kita nak siap, kan? So masa tu duit. Bila you sentiasa cuti, siapa nak cover kerja you? Itu isu utama yang industri selalu nyatakan. Pekerja-pekerja kita. Contoh yang paling satu lagi, bila kita contoh ajar student lab construction bawah bumbung. Budak lepa bata bawa bumbung. Dekat construction site mana ada bumbung? Betul tak? Kan? Jadi bila budak pergi site macam panas. Mana cair makeup? Kan? Yang supervisor, kita buat industri case based supervisor pun online, digital. Rupa-rupanya kena pergi site, kena maki Bangla. Macam mana ni nak maki Bangla? Macam tu. So, we don't have that competency because of that. The kekangan itu wujud. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. Penglibatan industri. So, macam mana kita nak libatkan industri? Adalah melalui kolaborasi alat dan mesin. Okay. Okay. Perkongsian untuk ruang pembelajaran dan sebagainya. Sewa beli, penyediaan tempat. Okay. Bila kita sebut factory in school. Okay. Soalan saya, ada wakil daripada Politeknik, siapa yang ada factory in school? Ada tak daripada Politeknik, ALKA yang ada factory in school? Universiti? Mana? Daripada? Daripada? Ada factory in school? Oh, industry in campus. Maksud industry in campus? Maksudnya you ada all the technology lah. Maksudnya mesin semua ada kat dalam tu. Oh, okay, that's good. So, good for you to have that because it's not easy untuk orang ada. Betul? Kenapa? Sebab kebanyakan industri akan fikir, I bagi mesin I, apa ROI yang I dapat? Kan? I do believe mesti ada something planning kan between, okay. Tak nak share ke? Okay. Alumni, okay, good. Alumni merupakan salah satu elemen yang penting dalam kita punya governance structure. Okay, memberi balik. So, kalau betul-betul industri, maksudnya contoh kita ambil lah industri yang besar-besar, kan? Bila dia kata, I give you the new technology dekat you punya institution, kan? Apa ROI yang I boleh dapat balik? Contohnya, kalau kita ambil satu mesin tu setiap 2 tahun dia akan berubah. Oh, I hantar mesin, lepas tu 2 tahun, I tukar lagi mesin. So, kenapa dia sukar berlaku? Sebab tak ada ROI dekat dalam factory in school yang nak dibuat. Okay? Sebab industri, macam kita cakap tadi, I bagi mesin, apa yang buat? Kenapa? Okay. Qualificational, cuba kita nak buat perniagaan dan sebagainya kan. Contohlah, kita panggil Honda, datang dekat kita punya college ataupun institusi, Honda buat bengkel. Student kita kerja, jadi orang datang, servis kereta, bayar kat student kita, separuh dia tu bagi Honda. Kita tak boleh buat. Sebab apa? Adanya Akta Kanun Tanah Negara yang menyatakan bahawa mana-mana bangunan di atas tanah kerajaan tidak dibenarkan untuk menjalankan perniagaan. Jadi kita tak boleh buat bisnes. Macam mana kita nak buat bisnes? Macam mana kita nak suruh kita belajar the real life of industry kalau kita sendiri tak boleh implement school enterprise? Betul tak? So kebanyakannya kan yang pergi-pergi, kita kena pakai duit apa nama dia yang dia ada kedai-kedai dekat institusi tu, koperasi. Kena melalui koperasi dan sebagainya. It's not real business yang betul-betul business yang kita nampak ada business. The real industry, tak. Okay? Kekangan-kekangan macam tu yang perlu kita lihat balik, all the akta dan sebagainya untuk pastikan kita boleh build this school enterprise, factory industry dan sebagainya. Okay? So, industri menjadi rakan kongsi perniagaan sebagai idea, tenaga, pakar, alumni dan sebagainya. Okay. Bila alumni, selalunya alumni ni dia ada dia punya jati diri. Okay. The advantage of us tu ada alumni yang berjaya dan kita kena pegang list alumni. Ada certain institusi dia tak pegang alumni dia. Itu satu kerugian. Kenapa? Sebab alumni ni dia akan balik-balik. Okay. Jadinya bila alumni ni kita sepatutnya appreciate dan kita panggil. Boleh tak you jadi kita punya penilai projek akhir? Boleh tak you bagi talk untuk kita punya topik sekian. Sebab itu adalah persepsi daripada industri. Dia dah berada di industri. Okay? Dia dah melalui industri dan bila dia masuk ke dalam kelas, itu adalah new persepsi kepada pelajar. Jadi kepada pensyarah-pensyarah yang tak ada industrial experience ni, so kita boleh gunakan this kind of collaboration. Tapi isunya bila kita nak panggil orang yang selain daripada alumni kita, they don't have the time. Bila kita tanya industri akan cakap, masa saya tak boleh nak keluar macam tu je. Saya kena apply cuti. Bila saya apply cuti, habislah cuti saya. Siapa nak bayar? Kan? So, kita kena spend the money and so on lah. Kebanyakannya bila industri, dia akan cakap macam tu. Nak jadi penyelia sekalipun. Kerja saya banyak. Saya nak kena menyelia. Tak nak saya jadi penyelia. That's why kita punya internship dan sebagainya. Kebanyakan student-student kita kurang diselia because of that. They don't have time. Jadi macam mana kita nak fill the gap? Okay? So, kita kena pastikanlah all the alumni yang ada dia punya jati diri untuk balik-balik untuk membantu. Okay? And then kita kena wujudkan jawatan kuasa pemandu industri, industry steering committee dekat dalam kita punya organisasi, micro organisation, supaya kita dapat view from the industry untuk kita punya curriculum, untuk kita punya facilities and kita punya structure. So mereka bila berada dalam tu, kita faham apa kehendak dan keperluan, apa perubahan, dan kalau kita tak boleh nak capture ataupun ikut perubahan itu, apa solution yang industri boleh bagi. So keberadaan industri dalam organisasi ini sendiri sebenarnya sangat penting untuk kita dapat direct thought from mereka. Okay, kebanyakan kita macam susah nak ada industri dalam organisasi. kan, because of the orang kata sulit dan sebagainya, tapi it can be done sebenarnya. And then kerjasama latihan, kolaborasi kajian dan kewangan. Okay, one more thing, the issue is about kolaborasi kajian. Kebanyakan bila kita buat kajian dekat industri akan back off pada sekat-sekat masa, ataupun dia buat sekali lepas tu dia tak nak buat. Sebab apa? Because of hak cipta. Okay. Isu yang selalu berlaku apabila kita bekerjasama dengan industri have the technology. Industri mempunyai kepakaran untuk promosi, marketing, cari apa semua. Tapi kita cakap IP tu semua kita punya. You dapat 5% je. So industri kata I'm investing my time, I'm investing my technology, you bagi I 5% je, so what? What is the ROI? Kan? So that's why ada certain project yang memberi industri. Okay, saya bagi contoh I got one project with the international education punya company. Ijaz Sdn Bhd. We are developing our entrepreneurship for TVET module untuk early childhood, upper secondary and lower secondary. And we are giving them the IP and commercialization more than 50%, sebab once we develop the module, mereka yang akan pergi jual. Dia yang akan buat marketing. Kita memang buat module tu daripada duit dia, menggunakan kepakaran kita. Yes, kita ada kita punya portion, tapi kita jangan tamak. Biar kita tamak, sebab itu modul kita, produk kita kat situ je. Sebab kita tak ada capability untuk buat marketing. Kita tak ada network, kita tak ada alliance yang kita boleh jual produk-produk kita ni. So we have that. We have that kekangan yang menyebabkan kita tak berjaya dalam kita punya product development. So kita bagi industri more than 50% and then they are happy. So produk kita terjual banyaklah. Kita dapatlah portion kita. Tak banyak, tak apa. As long as kita ada that contribution. Kita pun dah dibayar kan masa kita develop that product. Okay. Next. Sekejap, saya habis skor apa? Okay, 20 minit lagi. Okay. It's about pembiayaan dana. Okay, next. Okay. Pembiayaan dana, kita faham. Pembiayaan dana ni ada 4 jenis. Ada input, 5. Yang biasanya input, kontrak, pencapaian, permintaan, hybrid. Okay, now kita sedang menuju kepada berasaskan pencapaian, which is institution ataupun college yang excellent dalam certain bidang, kita akan bagi dia duit lebih. Saya bagi contoh macam KV Lahad Datu. I think KV Lahad Datu, mereka banyak hantar pelajar-pelajar mereka untuk pergi international competition dan selalu menang. So dia orang memang sangat excellent dalam tu. So bila dia excellent, so that kind of pencapaian akan diberi dana untuk bahagian itu. The research, the collaboration dan sebagainya. So kita are heading to that untuk memastikan bahawa sebab setiap universiti, setiap institution berbeza kan. Ada institution yang memang dia hebat dalam dia punya collaboration, ada institution yang hebat dalam research, ada institution yang hebat dalam teaching and learning. So the different different achievement ni pun memerlukan different amount of money and funding. So bila kita cuba capai ke arah berasaskan permintaan, kita akan make sure kita akan dapat seperti mana yang kita dah capai lah. Kan, kalau kita hebat hantar student kita pergi overseas and so on, kita akan ada money lagi untuk kita hantar student kita ke overseas. So dia tak orang kata tak stop ataupun one off punya project lah. So that's why they can achieve more. Okay. So sekarang yang biasa kita buat adalah berasaskan input, and then ada certain yang berasaskan kontrak di mana pelajar-pelajar ni diberi kontrak untuk latihan praktikal, lepas latihan industri and then terus bekerja, tapi tak banyak. Okay. Kebanyakannya sekarang kita cakap train and place. Kita train dulu, kita nampak dia punya kompetensi dan kita place. Kenapa kita tak buat place and train? Kan? Kita assess dulu, lepas tu kita place, lepas tu kita train. Betul? So there is a difference lah, train and place, place and train. So macam mana kita nak make sure kita boleh pastikan GE ni, pelajar ni boleh bekerja dalam bidang dan memastikan pelajar ni dapat pekerjaan. Tak adalah dia pergi training, dia dah pergi training banyak kali tapi tak ada pun placing. Okay. Next. Okay. This is the incentive. Next. Okay, this is the incentive kepada pemegang taruh. Ini apa yang industri minta. Industri minta. Okay. Industri kata kita nak cukai pendapatan, kita nak insentif kepada industri. Saya terima pelajar latihan industri, saya nak ada insentif daripada kerajaan kepada saya. Okay? Yang kita dapat yang memang itu terkeluar dalam kita punya dapatan adalah pemberian mata kepada industri yang berkolaborasi dengan institusi dalam bidaan tender projek kerajaan. It been said by the industry. Kita dah tolong you banyak-banyak kan. Why not you buat satu sistem, lagi banyak I tolong you, lagi banyak markah I dapat untuk I masuk dalam tender projek kerajaan. So kita letak kan. It need to be discuss lah among our government kan. So pengurangan cukai, diskaun pemberian keuntungan, perkongsian keuntungan hasil kolaborasi. So kalau dia buat satu kolaborasi, dia buat satu bisnes, kita kongsilah 50-50, saya 60, you 70, saya 60, you 40. Tengoklah berapa banyak modal yang kita keluarkan. So kalau tak ada, diorang tak nak buat. So this is apa yang diorang nak. Kan, kalau tuan-tuan kata susahlah kita tak ni, tengok sebenarnya diorang nak keuntungan. Maksudnya keuntungan, nak capai objektif dia. Objektif dia apa? Duit. Kalau objektif dia duit, duit lah. Kalau objektif dia kata dia nak sharing is sharing lah. Kalau dapat, dapat. Kalau tak dapat, that's why kita kata ada yang berjaya, ada yang tidak. Okay? So this is apa yang industri minta. Okay? Next. Okay, pembangunan kurikulum. Saya rasa saya dah sentuh tadi. Kurikulum, pengajaran pembelajaran, obviously seharusnya sebaiknya kita aplikasi work based learning. Okay, work based learning untuk kita dapatkan practical experience. Kita aplikasikan Hutagogi, Piragogi, Cybergogi, authentic assessment, alternative assessment. Dan saya baru je lepas bagi talk kepada pensyarah JPKK Malaysia. Memang saya dalam sebulan ni ada bagi talk kan. So we are talking about industry case based. Okay. Industri case base ni adalah case yang berasaskan industri. Industri punya case sebenar. Okay. Yang sebenar. Bila masalah tu kat industri, kita jadikan dia satu case base dan kita bawa sebagai assignment pelajar. Itu adalah satu new perspektif kepada pelajar untuk menyelesaikan satu masalah, bukan masalah buku teks ataupun bukan masalah calculation, bukan. Dia adalah industri case base. Apa yang berlaku kat industri? Kan? Pasal safety, pasal pasal safety, pasal ketidakpatuhan terhadap SOP dan sebagainya. So berlaku kemalangan tu that because of that punches and so on. So kita jadikan dia sebagai industry case base untuk kita jadikan sebagai kita punya topik pengajaran pelajaran. So kita boleh embedkan Hutagogi, Piragogi, Cybergogi. Kita selalu dengar pedagogi je kan. Pedagogi, andragogi. Sekarang kita ada Huta, Pira, Cyber. Ada yang paling latest, Synagogi. Pernah dengar Dronagogi, too much of gogi. Okay. So, penggunaan teknologi, sebab kita tahu our generation memang banyak menggunakan teknologi, especially the digital and so on. So, now is metaverse. Kan? Orang dah sebut dah AI, AR, orang dah talking about metaverse. Kan? Dah lebih advance daripada yang sebelumnya. And then penambahbaikan elemen dalam kurikulum. Keusahawanan, perlu dimasukkan dekat dalam elemen ni. Kurikulum untuk memastikan bahawa kita boleh create the job creator among our graduate. And then kita buat lantikan auditor luar. Auditor luar is very important untuk dia audit competency of our student, audit kita punya kurikulum, audit kita punya teaching and learning and so on. So, the auditor luar ni adalah untuk memastikan kompetensi pelajar kita ataupun kompetensi pengajar kita tidak cair. Okay? So, satu lagi. Ni daripada projek bersama KSM. Pensijilan profesional industri dan antarabangsa adalah untuk kita embedkan this professional industry and international ke dalam kurikulum kita. Contohnya, kita keluar dengan electrical engineering, kita dapat AO. Ataupun B full, BO, B1 something. So kita ada that two professional certificate. Okay, kenapa saya cakap tentang this professional certificate? Next. Okay, ini adalah dapatan. Kenapa? Okay, dapatan ni kita panggil semua kita punya pekerja-pekerja. Ada pekerja yang kita panggil daripada oil and gas, seberang laut, dekat overseas balik untuk kita bincangkan. Kenapa dulu you ambil professional certificate? Why this professional certificate important to you? Because of this. Gaji, kenaikan gaji, penarafan, kita dapat kemahiran, so kita dapat memenuhi keperluan industri. Yang paling penting is kita boleh sustain. This professional certificate, yang ada professional certificate, dia boleh sustain. Kalau dia kena buang kerja pun, banyak company lain yang nak ambil dia. So, this is why. Okay? kebanyakan yang balik untuk kita punya focus group discussion tu memang daripada oil and gas. They are come from the UAE. Kebetulan mereka cuti pada masa tu kan. Kita panggil untuk bersama-sama dengan kita dan ini yang dikatakan. Okey, ada satu ni. Okey, tak payah cakap sebab live. Okey. Okey. Ni gaji. Okey, you ada degree, you ada professional certificate. ROI dia next. ROI dia. Tapi kalau untuk hanya yang sertifikat biasa, degree, SKM dan sebagainya, maksimum boleh pergi sampai RM10. 5 to RM10. Tapi dengan professional certificate, you can go up to RM26. Okay. So, kita nampak kan the importance of professional certificate. Okay. So that's why now negara-negara luar, dia dah banyak dah buat embed this professional certificate into their curriculum. Okay. ACCA dah ada lah kan. Kalau engineering tu mungkin boleh keluar dengan BO, AO dan sebagainya. Mana-mana yang tidak memerlukan sijil dahulu sebelum ambil, yes, we can embed that. Okay. Untuk kita dapatkan ROI dan pastikan kita punya graduan, graduate dan boleh pergi ke luar negara. Walaupun begitu, ada satu isu yang selalu dikatakan. Saya tanya kepada kita punya peserta ataupun partisipan, tak rasa ke berlaku pencairan kompetensi bila you pergi Arab Saudi? Okay. You pergi Arab Saudi, tak rasa ke berlaku pencairan kompetensi? So dia kata, as long as saya dapat kerja, saya dapat duit yang banyak, saya boleh bagi kepada there is no about pencairan kompetensi. Okay. Tapi sayang lah dekat Malaysia, betul tak? Kan kat Malaysia kita kekurangan sebab ramai dah pergi ke luar negara. Berlakulah pencairan kompetensi. So, that's why kalau kita boleh improve all the act and so on, it's really help lah. Okay? Okay, saya kena cepat 5 minit lagi. Now. Okay, next. Pergi kepada kerjasama industri. 23. Next. Okay, next. Okay. Okay, this is the type of kerjasama yang boleh dijalankan bersama-sama dengan industri. Berkaitan dengan latihan, tenaga pakar, rakan kongsi perniagaan, talking about rakan kongsi perniagaan, rakan kongsi perniagaan, pendidikan, fasiliti, dana. Mungkin universiti yang bawah badan berkanun, yes, we can do that. Tapi ada certain politeknik, kan, college vocational tak boleh. So there's thing to ponder lah kan, berkaitan dengan akta dan sebagainya untuk memastikan kita boleh buat this kind of collaboration. Okay, next. Next ni apa? Jaminan kualiti. Okay. Okay, now it's about the jaminan quality. Okay, the jaminan kualiti is about next. Okay, kompetensi pensyarah, obviously kita tahu kita kena pastikan pensyarah kita kompetens mengikut keperluan industri dan boleh melaksanakan kolaborasi. Kebanyakan pensyarah tak banyak buat kolaborasi dengan industri, betul tak? Kadang-kadang pensyarah tu pun tak tahu dalam bidang saya siapa industri, tak tahu. Kan, tak pernah. Saya nak datang sini pagi mengajar, balik dah habis. So kita kena bantu dis pensyarah untuk di-improve kompetensi dia supaya dia boleh collaborate. Kenapa kita nak collaborate? Sebab kita nak pastikan kita boleh bantu teaching and learning student kita sebenarnya. Bukan untuk kita tak jana banyak mana pun. Duit tu tak masuk poket kita, tak. Kan? Kita nak pastikan bila kita ada this kind of collaboration, we gain more knowledge and competency. So kita boleh sampaikan kepada graduan kita. So bila graduan kita ada new persepsi, new knowledge daripada industri dan sebagainya, so it will help dia graduate employability. Okay? So that is very important. Okay, next. Okay, promosi. Okay, promosi, strategi dan amalan pengantarabangsaaan yang boleh dilaksanakan supaya bila kita nak offer this professional certificate, bila kita embedkan professional certificate dan kita punya degree ataupun sijil boleh ditawarkan dan mendapat penintarafan antarabangsa. Kita tak boleh nak buat short sendiri kan. Kita rasa kita dah buat dengan BO. Bila kita keluar budak kita tak dapat BO pun, dapat degree je. So kita kena make sure lah berlaku ataupun kita adakan satu strategi dan amalan untuk kita pastikan kita punya amalan pengantarabangsaaan itu boleh diselaraskan. And then kita kena tubuhkanlah the suggestion pusat atau satelit bagi program pemantapan kemahiran di luar negara. Sebab kita nak pastikan orang yang pergi petik buah kat Korea kan, Bila kita punya satelit pusat kat sana, we can help them. At least kita give them technical, and then they can do something, mungkin boleh jadi skill worker dekat sana dan sebagainya lah, macam tu. So saya tak kata orang yang pergi Korea tu dia tak ada sertifikat. Tak, ada. Tu berlaku pencairan kompetensi tadi, ada je. They have the certificate. Tapi sebab dia rasa gaji kat Malaysia ni kurang, so dia pergi kat Australia, dia pergi kat Korea, dapat gaji walaupun hanya untuk pemetik buah. Itu yang kita namakan pencairan kompetensi, sebab kita tak hasilkan graduan yang bekerja dalam bidang. Jadi satu kerugian lah buat kita, kan? Okay, next. Sampai page 29. Okay, bila kita sebut tentang change tadi kan, change, okay? Change. Change management in TVET. Kenapa kita nak make sure supaya kita ada clear vision and strategy, okay? Macam saya kata tadi, change is very important. Setiap kali industri berubah, kita akan berubah. Macam mana kita nak berubah? Takkan tiba-tiba kita, okay, buat, semua ubah. No. Macam saya cakap tadi, capability of the system to change. Capability. Readiness of the system to change. Culture, ecosystem, environment, and satu lagi capability of the change agent. Okay, macam tadi contohnya capability of change agent, kementerian ada capability, tapi kita sebagai stakeholder, orang yang menjalankan tu kita tak ada, kita tak ready, kita tak capable, so dia tak berlaku. Okay, bila kita nak buat intervention tu dia kena berlaku. 4 perkara ni perlu diambil kira. Culture. Kita pergi Jerman, kita kata, oh kita boleh bawa benda ni, kita bawa Malaysia, kita nak ubah. Tapi culture kita tak support, dia tak boleh berlaku. Okay? Untuk kita buat intervention, untuk buat change management, untuk kita change satu institution, satu governance structure, dia kena fikir 4 elemen utama ni. Okay? Culture, ecosystem, environment termasuk. Kalau culture kita tak support, macam mana kita nak change culture tu? So kita tak boleh rasa, oh saya bawa sistem ni, you kena pakai. Cannot. It cannot happen. Okay? Last. Okey. Cukup. 5 minit, saya ada smiley. Okay. Saya buka.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mada, Technologist Dr. Haryanti, for his speech. Now I open to members of the floor should you have any question to ask. Yes, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for a very insightful talk. So I would like to address two questions. Okay, how do we overcome the issues on poor coordination among the stakeholders, like implementers and industries? Okay, and the second one, how do we overcome the challenges facing the TVET graduates, like do we offer them short industrial training attachment, or because the training now is more on the theoretical base rather than hands-on, okay? And then insufficient training facilities. So how do we overcome these challenges? Thank you.
Okay. Saya ulang soalan tadi. Yang pertama is about the how we want to collaborate. Okay. The second is about the training for the student. And the thirdly is about the facilities. Okay. Okay. How we want to make sure that our governments, our agencies and so on berada dalam satu page yang sama, hala tuju yang sama. It's not easy. Do believe me. The TVET, they have tried their best, I do believe. 14 kementerian is not easy. Sebab setiapnya mempunyai satu perasaan yang macam, this is our TVET. Okay, we are not going to change. We are happy on our own. Kita happy, kita okay je macam ni, tak ada apa pun. Sekarang Malaysia okay, so kita okay. So it's not that easy. Okay, it's not easy, but that's why from the MPN, Malaysia Professional, Majlis Malaysia Profesor Negara under TVET di bawah Prof. Ramli Mustafa, we have discussed with the stakeholder. untuk kita cadangkan, untuk kita bangunkan ataupun kita cipta satu Suruhanjaya. Suruhanjaya yang terkeluar daripada politik, tidak ada politik langsung dalam tu. Memang dia fokus kepada TVET. Okay? We are helping with the act, the dasar dan sebagainya, dan dia tidak orang kata ada unsur-unsur yang boleh tidak mengharmonikan TVET. Sebab TVET ni bila kita faham kan, bila bertukar kepimpinan dia akan banyak bertukar, sekejap bertukar, itu normal. So that's why we need to have satu Suruhanjaya untuk memastikan kita boleh work together. That is the idea now, because kita tak kata MTVET tak function. No, MTVET have done a very good job and we need to learn a lot from them. Yes, sebab mereka dah berhadapan dengan this 14 kementerian, all the agencies, and then they said it's hard, but then there's something that promising. Cuma cadangannya yang tadi ialah Suruhanjaya itulah untuk memastikan kita boleh come up with the akta untuk TVET yang very specific. Okay, so the student punya training. Okay, now kebanyakannya now we are talking about work-based learning, kan? Work-based learning. Kita relatekan dengan facilities tadi. Kebanyakan daripada kita tak boleh nak buat this kind of training dengan teknologi baru sebab kita kekurangan facilities. Sebab dana yang kita terima terhad, kan? Kita dapat input dana directly from the kementerian. So that's why kita kena ada kerjasama dengan industri tadi supaya kita boleh hantar pelajar-pelajar kita ke industri, ataupun industri boleh jadikan kita sebagai one stop center. Okay, one stop center contohnya mereka nak buat training kat kita. They don't have the place, kan? They don't have the place, tapi dia ada the teknologi dan dia nak pastikan staff-staff dia boleh improve the competency through training. So dia kata contohlah saya nak bekerjasama dengan Politeknik Shah Alam, sediakan kita orang satu ruang, kita akan masukkan semua machine and tools kat dalam tu, tapi kita akan hantar kita punya staff untuk pergi training lah. So that is how kita boleh share. Maksudnya masa staff dia training, they are using that facilities. Masa staff dia tak ada, kita akan use that facilities. Sebab kita dah ada, kita give you the space and you give us the machine. So kita akan menjadi tenaga pengajar, at the same time we are sharing the tenaga pengajar. So and one thing is kita share within others, kan? Politeknik, college community yang terdekat share facilities bersama college vocational, bersama dengan agensi-agensi lain, LKA, LKS. That is how kita nak pastikan, sebab most of the machine and tools are very expensive. Yeah. So that's why I said kita boleh share the facilities with all the agencies yang punya teknologi tu. So, yeah, agree. So that's why kita kena collaborate. Kalau kita tak collaborate, kita tak boleh dapat lah all the thing. Sebab most of us kita expect industry come to us. No, industry not coming. Kita yang kena keluar. Punca kuasa untuk okey, kalau kita sebut tentang micro management, micro governance tadi, contohlah, tapi tidak semua mempunyai that punca kuasa atau key. Okay, kalau macam kita di universiti, we have that, kan? Kita boleh pergi sebab kita bawah badan kanon. Tapi kalau di bawah kementerian, you ada the prosedur, ada birokrasi, kan, yang tertentu. Nak pergi keluar kena ni. So that's why I said yang tadi tu, daripada awal tadi tu, kita kena tengok balik akta-akta and birokrasi, polisi ni semua. Tengok balik sebab asalnya datang daripada akta dan polisi. Saya bagi contoh macam tadi, kita nak buat school enterprise, kita nak buat business dalam sekolah, tapi kita tak boleh buat. Kita tak boleh ada tu sebab akta. There is a lot of akta and SOP yang mengekang perkara-perkara ini berlaku. So we need to have that from the government. But then as you said lah, government kita ada 14 kementerian. Siapa yang memegang? So for the time being, that's why we said under the MPN, kita sedang adakan satu usaha untuk wujudkan satu Suruhanjaya. So that is my best answer that I can give you. Because as far as I know, itu je. Itu adalah the way forward yang kita ada sekarang lah. Kalau dalam perbincangan MPN. So we have discussed with MTVET also, kan. So we are trying our best to work together. Okay.
Yes, dekat atas ni.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. Saya tertarik dengan perkongsian tadi tu. Cuma saya ingat ada satu perkara yang menarik minat saya tu, iaitu dari segi Suruhanjaya TVET tu. Okey, soalan saya lah, maksudnya idea tu menarik. Cuma yang saya tertanya-tanya lah dari segi apa dia punya peranan dia tu secara jelas. Sebab contohnya kalau saya ingat kalau di bawah Kementerian Sumber Manusia, dia di bawah JPK tu dia ada akta juga. Maksudnya di bawah akta JPK tu maka Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran tu menjalankan maksudnya aktiviti-aktiviti lah dari segi kurikulum, pembangunan kemahiran dan sebagainya di bawah akta tu. Jadi yang Suruhanjaya TVET tu kan, dia apa bezanya tu dengan JPK ni tadilah.
Betul.
Okay.
Betul.
Terima kasih.
Itu telah dibincangkan sebelum ni juga. Sebab that's why sebelum ni di bawah MPN kita panggil all the stakeholder. Kenapa? Sebab kita tak nak create benda yang baru. Kita tambah pula. Dah lah ada 14 kementerian, ada banyak agensi, tiba-tiba kau nak buat pula Suruhanjaya. Suruhanjaya ni tak tengok pula balik akta-akta yang kita dah buat. No, kita tak boleh buat macam tu. So kita kena sit together and then kita kena compromise every kementerian untuk melihat balik akta-akta tu dan kita come up with satu di bawah satu Suruhanjaya. Maksudnya Suruhanjaya inilah yang akan memegang keseluruhan. Orang kata kalau nak cakap akan tercapai, the probability is we are trying. Saya rasa di bawah MPN kita baru, saya rasa last 2 weeks kot kita ada discussion dengan our stakeholder juga. Sebelum tu kita ada 3-4 kali discussion. We are in the process. But saya tak boleh nak kata yes, we are still in that negotiation process. Because kalau based on MTVET punya experience, it's not easy. It's not easy. MTVET dah berada dekat Malaysia lama kan, bawah MO sebelum ni di bawah KPT, now di MOHR kan. MTVET dah berada lama kan. So ada banyak perkara yang kita kena sit and analyse. We cannot say that kita lah yang memegang, nanti kan kementerian ni marah, kementerian sana marah. So we are trying our best. We are in the process, Tuan. We are in the process. Saya tak boleh nak kata apa, but do believe me, if this Suruhanjaya berjaya, ada sinar lah di sebaliknya. Sebab kita dah nampak kekangan-kekangan yang wujud ni. Okay.
Okay, one last question. Last one, satu. Last one, dua. Yes, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. Terima kasih Prof sharing, it's good information lah. Boleh tak saya nak dapat pandangan Prof berkenaan 3 level education lah sekarang ni kita ada ya? Engineering tech and technologies kan? So how we differentiate? Contoh saya macam industri lah, 3-3 ni datang dengan graduate degree. So saya nak bagi yang mana satu dia punya salary, adakah sama ataupun berbeza, dan tak tahulah macam mana kita differentiate kan. Satu lagi saya nak tanya yang clear part tadi untuk engineering tech dan juga teknologi untuk jadi IR. So last few dalam 90 lebih dulu sekolah menengah vocational, betul? So dia pergi politeknik, dia pergi degree and dia dapat IR. So sekarang graduate engineering technology ataupun graduate technologies, dia tak boleh pergi RI. Betul kan? Itu nak dapat pandangan Prof lah. Terima kasih.
Tuan daripada industri?
Saya daripada UNIMAP, tapi before this memang daripada industri lah. Dan saya dulu pun vocational lah. So alhamdulillah, tapi tak buat IR lagi lah. Itu je.
Saya ada satu slide spesifik. Sebab sebelum ni saya bekerjasama dengan ETEK di bawah Prof. Dato' Hassan Basri untuk ETEK. In 2019 bekerjasama dengan ETEK untuk masa tu kita tengah promote ETEK lah. Saya tak kata saya orang ETEK. Okay, tak ada. So, okay. Bila kita kata industri pun tak faham. Okay. Tuan-tuan, di sini berlakunya bakteria jahat yang disakiti tadi. Bakteria baik, sakiti jadi bakteria jahat. Okay. So, ramai bila kita panggil FGD kan, orang engineering teknologi ni dia kata, kita ni tak setara dengan engineering. kita tak setara dengan engineering. Itu double standard kan. You ambil TVET adalah pilihan kedua, double standard lagi kan. You ambil MBOT, you boleh jadi TS, tak boleh jadi IR, double standard lagi. You ambil ETEC, there's tu terlalu banyak double standard. Sedangkan saya nak share PowerPoint tu. I will share with you a very specific PowerPoint untuk menunjukkan hala tuju MBOT dan juga ETEC. Very long PowerPoint, I will show to you the very specific, and then daripada macam mana untuk sampai ke IR. So we have that framework. Cumanya macam saya kata tadi lah, setiap orang, setiap position ni, engineering tech, technologies, we are helping each other sebenarnya. Okay? Saya selalu argue dengan orang engineering. Dulu orang engineering selalu cakap macam ni, kita engineering, but we need to remember engineering most of us are design phase kan, design phase. Engineering dia banyak buat design phase. Tapi kalau engineering technologies dia more kepada practical, execution dan sebagainya. So there's different design, execution. Contoh lah kan, saya selalu cakap macam ni lah dengan kawan saya kan, hang engineer kan, cuba hang pergi buat wiring, hang boleh tak buat wiring? Hang buat, aku nak tengok. Tak boleh, dia boleh design. That is different, automatically dah different kan. Tapi macam mana industri tu nak bagi gaji apa semua, it based on the job scope pula tadi lah, di mana kepentingannya berada kan. Ada sekarang kita tengok gaji engineer, kata tak baloi jadi engineer, gaji dah. Pernah tuan-tuan, di fakulti saya pelajar-pelajar engineering datang jumpa saya. Saya duduk kat fakulti engineering tapi saya buat TVET kan, outliers kan, seorang outliers keluar kan, datang jumpa saya, doktor, saya ni abang saya dulu dia buat oil and gas tau, dia engineer, dia buat oil and gas, dia ambil cert ni semua, sekarang gaji dia doktor 60,000. Saya rasa menyesal pula saya masuk kos mechanical engineering ni, sebab abang saya dia ambil professional certificate tu setahun dua je, lepas tu sekarang dia dah ni. Saya ni keluar tak pasti dapat kerja, dah dapat kerja pun mungkin sikit, 2,500. Jadi saya nak jawab apa? Saya duduk fakulti engineering saya nak jawab apa? Walau kebenarannya ada di situ. Jawapan saya adalah, once you finish your degree, go and get the professional certificate. So you ada add-on value. Okay? Kebanyakannya engineer dekat MNHE, dekat ONG, semua ada professional certificate extra. So that's why dia boleh dapat gaji yang besar. Okay, I will share there.
Okay, last one. Yes, please.
Boleh. Kita pun selalu bincang kan kat KSM.
Your name and from which institution?
So, mana tahu nanti moderator tak pernah saya tanya. So, bukan nak tanya ni, just nak bagi sikit input lah. Mungkin nak share dengan tuan-tuan semua. Spesifik untuk Suajari TVET Commission lah. Dia punya idea dia masa YB Nurul Izzah lah. Dan suddenly dia quit kan.
Ni tak sulit kan?
Yalah, tapi sekarang ni pun dia masih di belakang tabir sebab bapak dia PM kan. Suajari TVET, kalau tanya pandangan JPK dan juga mungkin saya sustain MKA pun sama. Kerisauan adakah kalau ada Suajari TVET, apa yang akan jadi dengan JPK MKA kan. So ingat basicnya kita pecah pada two parts je lah. Either akta, skop akta JPK ataupun skop MKA. Kita terhenti kita limit the scope, dia punya limitation the scope of JPK or MKA adalah Q&A saja, quality assurance. Apa ni quality assurance QA kan, quality assurance. So quality assurance means accreditation and certification. Kita stop kat situ. Akta-akta lain di bawah KBS, KPM, KPT pun all about education kan. Tapi the holistic view of TVET after certification, after dia graduate from the system, TVET system kan. Yang itu yang tak ada yang siapa-siapa yang take care. Apa dia punya isu dah? Recognition, gaji dan juga industry participation. Kan? Adakah tuan-tuan easily boleh convince industri untuk take part, yang disebut tadi, industry in school, training, factory in school. Kan? Just limited number of industry willing to take part kan dalam training kan. The rest tak boleh kan. Tapi Germany tak macam tu. Germany sebab apa? All the industry terlibat dalam TVET. dia punya association, dia punya chamber. Sebab apa? Paksa rela. Kita tak boleh. Anda Majlis TVET, apa yang kita buat dalam beberapa bulan lepas, kita buat 10 MOA dengan industri kan. Jadi 10 MOA itu bersetujulah Petronas, DRB Highcom kan. Sebab apa? Sebab paksa rela. Tapi dia tak akan sustain. Apabila PM tak ada, sekarang ni PM sebut kan, okay Petronas you join, DRB Highcom you join, Sunway Group you join, boleh lah. Dia datang dengan kita, okey lah kita sign. Lepas PM tak ada, dia tak sustain. Tapi kalau kita ada Suruhanjaya, dia akta kan. Dia akan jadi macam Suruhanjaya Tibet Jerman. Dia bertukarlah kerajaan macam mana pun, industri must take part actively dalam training. So dia boleh sustain. Tengok gaji dia punya pekerja Tibet dia punya recognition. So gaji recognition dengan industry participation beyond JPK and MK control. Itu dia punya idea of Suruhanjaya.
Sebab tu industri perlu berada dalam Suruhanjaya ni juga. Untuk kita capai objektif yang sama, mission and vision yang sama. That is how. Sebab kita nak sustain tadi. Sebab kita ada banyak kekangan yang tadi kan. So that is how lah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Shukri, for the last questions. I think there is no more question from audiences. Once again, thank you, Professor Madya Technologist Dr. Haryanti, for your exceptional presentation. Let us give a round of applause to her. So I'd like to invite Prof. Madya Dr. Haryanti to take group photo pictures with everyone here. So kita boleh rapat-rapatkan dekat tengah. Tadi kita dah addressing the gaps in TVET, now kita addressing the gaps untuk bergambar. Okay, boleh tak kat tengah-tengah? Kita ambil gambar sebelum kita keluar pergi makan set. Keluar Kedah pula tengah.
October 2006 witnessed the establishment of a platform through the Agreement of Memorandum Jemaah Menteri, which states the need for a training and development platform for tertiary education leaders. The Ministry of Higher Education is entrusted to develop the platform as it is deemed fit for MOHE to nurture, train, and sustain the skills and competencies of the higher education institution leaders. With that said, AKEPT as an agency under the ministry was born, known as Higher Education Leadership Academy. AKEPT, or in the full form of its Malay name, Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, has been playing its role through its objective for almost 20 years. AKEPT aims to develop leadership talents and potential in higher education institutions, HEIs, to lead their institutions more effectively, especially to face the challenges of global higher education in the future. In addition, AKEPT believes the enhancement of leadership must be holistically addressed, not just among academics, but also to cater to administrators' professionalism and ensure competent leaders and administrators are produced. Leadership development is essential at all levels to nurture a reliable talent pool for the long-term sustainability of higher education excellence. Located in the educational hub of Bandar Enstek Negeri Sembilan, AKEPT boasts over 30 acres of sprawling compound, which houses high-standard facilities comprising an administrative building, halls, auditorium, lecture rooms, 4-star accommodation, sports facilities, dining hall. These facilities have witnessed various impactful programs being held, with prominent figures present. AKEPT has conducted a countless number of international forums and upskilling programs for higher education institutions, including 20 public universities and TVET agencies and institutions. It holds a huge responsibility to provide training programs and add value to the current expertise amongst the board of directors, high and mid-level administration offices in higher education institutions. To ensure continuous enhancement of its programs, AKEPT has extended its role via strategic partnerships and collaborations with various institutions. With many more impactful programs in the pipeline, AKEPT will surely continue to deliver on its promise as the preferred expert center in higher education leadership development towards producing respected, competent, and excellent leaders for the betterment of higher education institutions and to fulfill the national agenda.
yang memberikan salam itu atau salam semua kepada
buka laluan dan jaringan tabir job.
Okay. So we have to ask ourselves.
Sebagai pejabat awam, jadi genap sebenarnya.
Ada pengurusi lah Tuan Yang Mulia Raja.
The Leaders in Action program.
I believe that the topic of entrepreneurial leadership development is very timely.
So if I read and share with you.
UTS that I didn't complete my bachelor will not buy from you, especially youth, women, netizen.
Our third panelist.
Specialized world leading skills and resources coming in from
Predicting and the contrary.
Scale up. The lab scale.
And everybody's on the camera. One.
Intipati dan strategi bersama dalam menyokong agenda TVET negara.
speaker dan panelis dari kementerian selaku pembuat dasar.
Sesi forum yang pertama. Jadi forum ini terdapat soal Jawa dalam bahasa Malaysia.
Di semua sektor ekonomi negara ini.
Raja Tablighi. Okay, so berbalik pada soalan itu susah untuk kita menghabiskan dengan
values in the university. Okay, you gotta uphold that. And the leader, the name, it is about value-based leadership.
It's very touching. It's how
New to develop the culture.
And there is investment in
Malaysia and the permanent representative of Malaysia.
I was thinking of value-based leadership, which is something
really good one. My record.
And therefore, if you're a BBL leader,
Professor Dr. Wan Hana Malini, Wan Mota, or Dr. Hana.
At the panels, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we will have a full flavor of ASEAN dialogue, and I think we believe that the university is a powerful anchor organization.
Being prepared is an indicator of the interest.
Strong evidence from the latest IPC AR6.
Any attempts to sort of validate to ensure
communication with them. There is constant
The same topic that is mental 2007 and also outstanding.
Such thing as dasar kesihatan mental. No such thing as.
This one is very, very significant because if you have
might as well close down the university.
IUM, yeah, and the organizer also provides the dynamic and progressive role of the Muslim Ummah.
And a very warm welcome to.
You know, we have scored very well in leadership.
resilience, computational and design.
To look at what we have to see.
Unimize has done. I think there's a classical example.
But we don't have to determine
Leading or teaching learning environment.
The sustainability of PTPTN.
To the participants out there.
Counseling and clinical psychology unit has been providing all
spread over 150 hectares of land. Of Talent Corporation Malaysia Berhad or no.
So that the program that we are proposing.
work-life practices, which again has become a norm to the
Future leadership, higher education, leading beyond pandemic. Hosted by Higher Education Leadership Academy.
And its intersection with technology.
At this moment, we have a very strong tie between ASEAN.
And so, but getting that sense of it.
Their values, their traits is also something extremely important.
Compassionate leadership, if I were to extract from some references.
The program is about why we think that this is important for institutions around at least half of the institutions in Malaysia.
Karina, for that introduction, yes, I really ask her to review the generous and help, encourage everyone.
Hatta Shari was taken from memory to national figures.
To help those students to be more
more self-resilient.
How do female leaders in higher education fight for equity and transform leadership?
We need to take that into consideration.
Performance is also not even across all universities.
We want to talk very briefly about the barriers.
I was engaged throughout the whole session and I've learned so much.
TVET principals and managers will have the skills.
TVET is a national agenda in Malaysia education system.
Being with us today, profession, occupation, involved design, implementation, assessment.
Custom as an industry strategize in the realizing the high performance TVET system in Malaysia.
I just wanted to show what we are doing in Germany.
But pursuing TVET is meant for those non-performer in high school.
Groups all together, and in the for this, we hope that we will be getting some support.
This what we propose, at this. And the mentors can provide tips for students.
Ability to have been experiencing inconvenience for their whole life.
Right, everybody gets, there's no voting, we don't need to vote.
About a vocab, about leadership, and about well-being.
By women. 3.7% of company CEOs.
What I'm good at, what I'm not good at, and what I need to do.
This could provide insights for recommendations.
Sekali lagi terima kasih. Dan kemerdekaan dan kenegaraan negara mesti
Dr. Haji Muhammad Zahari bin Ismail.
Itu kalau kita lihat kadar pembeli pasaran kita adalah tinggi. Jadi selebihnya yang pelajaran secara online itu boleh teruskan secara online.
Tepatnya, umur 20 tahun, komponen utama dalam satu tamadun itu adalah apa? Manusianya.
October 2006 witnessed the establishment of a platform through the Agreement of Memorandum Jemaah Menteri, which states the need for a training and development platform for tertiary education leaders. The Ministry of Higher Education is entrusted to develop the platform as it is deemed fit for MOHE to nurture, train, and sustain the skills and competencies of the higher education institution leaders. With that said, AKEPT as an agency under the ministry was born, known as Higher Education Leadership Academy. AKEPT, or in the full form of its Malay name, Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, has been playing its role through its objective for almost 20 years. AKEPT aims to develop leadership talents and potential in higher education institutions, HEIs, to lead their institutions more effectively, especially to face the challenges of global higher education in the future. In addition, AKEPT believes the enhancement of leadership must be holistically addressed, not just among academics, but also to cater to administrators' professionalism and ensure competent leaders and administrators are produced. Leadership development is essential at all levels to nurture a reliable talent pool for the long-term sustainability of higher education excellence. Located in the educational hub of Bandar Enstek Negeri Sembilan, AKEPT boasts over 30 acres of sprawling compound, which houses high-standard facilities comprising an administrative building, halls, auditorium, lecture rooms, 4-star accommodation, sports facilities, dining hall. These facilities have witnessed various impactful programs being held, with prominent figures present. AKEPT has conducted a countless number of international forums and upskilling programs for higher education institutions, including 20 public universities and TVET agencies and institutions. It holds a huge responsibility to provide training programs and add value to the current expertise amongst the Board of Directors, high and mid-level administration offices in higher education institutions. To ensure continuous enhancement of its programs, AKEPT has extended its role via strategic partnerships and collaborations with various institutions. With many more impactful programs in the pipeline, AKEPT will surely continue to deliver on its promise as the preferred expert center in higher education leadership development towards producing respected, competent, and excellent leaders for the betterment of higher education institutions and to fulfill the national agenda.
It is our great pleasure to welcome you all to today's forum on leveraging technology towards sustainable TVET ecosystem and success stories of Malaysian TVET students and alumni. We have gathered here a distinguished panel of experts who will share their valuable insights and experiences on this important topic. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. First, we have technologist Dr. Rostam Effendi bin Hamzah, the Dean of the Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering of UTeM. Next, we have Mr. Muhammad Sukri Ismail, the Director of the Competency Certification Division at the Department of Skill Development, Ministry of Human Resources. Joining us today as well is Ms. Fiona Morris, the Councillor for Education and Research at the Australian High Commission in Malaysia. Our discussion today will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shakir Mat Saad, the Director of the Centre for Academic Excellence and Scholarship at UTeM. With his deep understanding of educational excellence and scholarship, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shakir will guide us and also facilitate in engaging the discussion. Without further ado, let's proceed with the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator. Over to you, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Shakir.
Testing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very warm morning to everyone. So Alhamdulillah, so all praises are due only to Allah, to our beloved prophets and his companions as well. So Alhamdulillah, so we are now gathered in our next sessions, and we have a very esteemed panelists today. We have 3 panelists with us, and before we start our forum entitled of leveraging technology towards sustainable TVET ecosystem and success stories of Malaysian TVET students and alumni, I'm pretty sure that you are aware that there is a new face in our poster, definitely. And in fact, you have seen that we have different keynote speakers in the morning as well from the poster that we provided you. Because it was never been explained by our MC just now. I forgot to thank my MC, so thank you very much. So basically, we have change of a bit on the keynote address, speakers, and also on the first panelist, Dr. Rostam's, due to the fact that Prof. Effendi is having difficulties because his father is not well. So I hope that everyone here pray for the health of his father. So we hope that everything goes well, inshallah. So that is the main reasons why we changed the keynote address and also the panelists for today. There is no political issues and everything. So I worry that everyone misunderstanding of the sudden change of our what we call panelists and also the keynote speakers. All right. I think Alhamdulillah, but finally we are able to have these sessions, and you should understand and fully aware that how difficult the situation of I am yesterday, because I have to find another keynote speakers and also the panelists in just around 1 hour. So Alhamdulillah, we have them with us today. So thank you very much. So before we start our forum, basically, I would like to welcome everyone and thank you to those that are able to come and witness these forums and also the keynote address in the morning. There is a ground rules that I would like to explain first. We have 3 sessions, basically. Each sessions, we will have around 30 to 40 minutes. Inshallah, I'll try my best to stop at 1, perhaps. We are a bit, behind the schedule. Basically, we're supposed to start at 11, you could imagine. So hopefully we can actually compensate with our panel later on. So we have 3 rounds. And first round, we are going to talk about to leverage the technologies. On the second round, we are talking about the success stories. And the third round, we will wrap up the session. And we have a Q&A session just after the each of the session. We will allocate around 10 minutes. And you see that if you have questions to be asked, just please raise your hand and they will assist you like we did in the morning session. Right? Same procedures that we follow through. Right? So without further ado, I think everyone believes that the TVET is long debate that we talk a lot, been also explained by our first keynote speakers just now, saying that despite of a lot of effort that have been done, a lot of things should be done as well. So a lot of problems coming and a lot of solution needs to be what we call developed so that we can actually resolve all the issues. Right? I think the session that we have now is actually just continuous from what we've been discussed by our keynote speakers. So we will listen from different perspectives perhaps and different ideas from our panelists. So we have more than 1,200, if not mistaken, TVET providers, TVET institutions across 14 ministries, and we have around 633 from private institutions, 649 from public institutions. You can imagine how large our TVET institution is, a Malaysian TVET institutions. And part of that, we have 22 state-owned institution as well that under category of TVET itself. So this is actually pretty much large what we call ecosystem that we are going to discuss. And also if you aware enough that in our 2023 budget that been announced by Prime Minister, so the budget for 2023 is around been allocated around 6.7 billion. It's quite a huge amount of budget basically, right? We are not talking about million, but we are talking about billions budget being allocated just for TVETs. Yeah? And during our honorable minister, Ministry of Higher Education, in his Amanat Tahun Baru 2023, he clearly mentioned that his Focus 7 to do a major overhaul on the TVET system itself. This just to ensure that we can produce a very competent and skillful graduates. So because if you read through the speech, he wants to produce graduates that we call as a future-proof techs. So by evolving of the technologies, our graduates are able to have that solution to that basically. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists. I think I spent a lot of time of patut saya jadi panelist lah. Sorry for that. Okay. So but by the way, we will start from our first panelist. I will introduce our first panelist, TS Dr. Rostam Effendi Hamzah. It's quite okay for us because we are now from TVET, so everyone knows TS, you know. Otherwise, they will claim as a Tan Sri and so on and so forth, but we are technologists, okay? So he graduated from Universiti Technology Malaysia, UTeM, where he received his Bachelor Engineering majoring in Electronic Engineering. Then he had his Masters of Science in Electronic System Engineering and Doctor of Philosophy majoring in Imaging from the University of Science Malaysia. Currently, he is a Dean in Fakulti Teknologi Kejuruteraan Elektrik and Electronics, Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka since 2019. That's why I call him today, because he's actually responsible on our TVET student basically. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Rostam, for being here. Thank you. And our second panelist, we have Mr. Muhammad Sukri bin Ismail. Started his career as instructor at Japan Malaysian Technical Institute, JMTI, Penang, Manpower Department from 1998 to 2004. Then from 2004 to 2007, becomes director of the Industrial Training Institute at ILP, Kuala Terengganu. 2007 to 2016, joined the Department of Skills Development, JPK, as the Deputy Director at the Planning, Research and Development Divisions. 2016 and 2018, Director of the Strategic Cooperations. 2018-2021, Director of the Malaysian Occupation Skills Qualification, MOSQ. And 2021 until now, Director of Certification Competency Divisions. He has involved a lot as a major roles in international TVET activities such as country leader for the piloting of Asian guiding principle for quality assurance and recognition of competency certification system within Asian economies, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines in 2021. MOHR representative in the Malaysian Asian Qualification Reference Framework Committee AQRFC. I hope that I read it correctly. Thank you for being with us today, Mr. Sukri. So, and the third finalist, we have Ms. Fiona Morris. Right? Is the Councillor Education and Research for the Australian High Commission in Malaysia on behalf of Australian Departments of Education, Skills and Employment. Fiona has responsibility for Australia's bilateral education, training and research relationship with Malaysia and Singapore. Fiona has had a diverse career in the government and education sectors with a focus on higher education research and science policy. Fiona has previously served as the Councillor Education and Research at the Australian Embassy in Mexico City and the Consul Education, Science and Training with the Australian Consulate General in Los Angeles. Fiona has also worked from 2009 to 2017 at one of the Australian premier research intensive University, the University of Sydney, as the General Manager of the Faculty of Pharmacy. Thank you, Ms. Fiona, for able being with us today as well. Thank you. So now we are ready to embark to our first round of the session. We are talking about leveraging technologies with the current challenges and the current landscape that we are having right now, basically. Okay, so from our World Economic Forum, they are saying that in 2025, many of our jobs will be replaced by machine, basically. So everything will be done through automatic approach. This is something that will challenge human. Right? And as a TVET providers or as a policy makers that are responsible to TVET, we need to ensure that we finally able to what we call give a good solution to this issue, right? So, and apart from that, so like we mentioned by our keynote speakers, we have a demand which is the industry. So it means that university and industry has a good collaboration between them, so that we can finally has a good curriculum that we develop together. So however, I'm pretty sure in this room we know that we're supposed to design a curriculum that is actually aligned with the industry needs. But we go to our first panelist, because he's actually responsible to develop the curriculum. So, but what actually the key consideration and challenges that we are facing that make us very difficult to design the curriculum that aligns with the industry? Please.
It's okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. So actually, as you know, saya ni ke bidang terjun lah. Okay, last minute decision, but I would like to thanks to AKEPT and our Universiti lah, okay, to invite me. Actually, before this session, our first session, okay, from our keynote speaker, actually, she explained quite broad or strange lah, okay, about TVET punya structure dan juga actually is quite details. So kita implement dekat sini MTON di university, but researcher from our keynote speaker tadi dia ada explain quite broad lah. So actually what happened to us to develop, okay, a curriculum which is I can say 3 or 2 key points, right? So the first point is the our governance support, right? So from this first key, which is I feel the first attributes, okay? So the industry base, and then I would like to say that our governance include with the ministries, okay? As you know, kita ada 14 industries, 14 ministry yang membawa TVET punya policies. Okay, so very broad punya policy, but kita nak follow yang mana satu. So itu antara isu yang utama. Dan juga isu yang kedua, saya rasa based on my experience, okay, accreditation and certification bodies lah, right, which is kalau kita tengok dekat sini, macam kami di university, based on our experience, we have MQA before this. And then we have MBOT, National Board of Technology, and then we also have JPK, Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. So actually all these three bodies yang develop more on TVET dan juga yang baru-baru ni, as you know, kita ada Engineering Tech yang park di bawah ETAC, juga more on practical or hands-on punya syllabus untuk kita punya content dalam subjek, but at the same time kita ada 2 or 3 different standard yang kita nak kena follow lah. Right, so actually for our implementation in the faculty, we need to follow for example our engineering program for technology, so we need to follow MBOT standard. So in our MBOT standard, actually we have several minimum requirement that we need to fulfill lah. Right, so sama juga dengan JPK, but in our university, MTUN, UTeM especially, kita tak ada park di bawah JPK. But saya rasa Cik Syukri lebih faham lah. So antara isu lain ialah soft skill pada pelajar lah, graduates. Okay, soft skill pada graduate, di mana kita kena enhance dia punya social and communication skill lah. Alright, so for example dekat sini kita boleh tengok di universiti apa yang kita buat, kita akan make sure diorang ni ada more on presentation, okay, and then lagi baik kalau individual punya presentation lah, to make sure they are very good in communication. Okay, actually our student ni memang very good in practical session, okay, but sometimes in their presentation kita nak kena improve lah, okay, especially bila once to dia orang dah increase satu gap daripada diploma to degree, for sure dia akan maybe sometimes in future dia orang akan jadi leader. So that's why we need our student tu kena equip dengan communication skill lah. Alright, so pada waktu yang sama kita ada bermacam-macam bidang di dalam TVET tu sendiri. So di mana kita perlukan computer literature jugalah, computer literacy untuk pelajar-pelajar ni. Sekarang ni IoT kita kena embed. Contoh kalau pelajar-pelajar kita ni akan graduate, mungkin dia akan buka bisnes sendiri, so dia kena tahu platform-platform yang berkaitan lah, supaya hala tuju dia, kemajuan dia buat bisnes and so on akan berjaya lah. Okay, especially keadaan-keadaan TVET ni. And then antara perkara penting yang lain, kita punya consideration atau challenges dalam membangunkan TVET punya program ni ialah kompetensi pada tenaga pengajar lah. Okay, so saya rasa our keynote speaker tadi pun dah banyak cerita, especially kalau kita tengok, okay, kalau kita tak do upskilling or reskilling untuk kita punya tenaga pengajar, maybe kita punya delivery tu tak sampai lah pada pelajar-pelajar tu. Okay, so kalau kita tengok satu slide daripada kita punya keynote tadi, ada sebut 4.0 kan, and then mungkin 5.0 and then maybe 6.0. So that's why kita perlu, for sure kita perlu support daripada governance, di mana dia berhubung erat lah. Kena bagi financial yang cukup, dan juga program-program upskilling dan juga reskilling pada pelajar lah, itu pada staff kita. So, dan saya rasa yang paling penting sekali apa yang juga disebut oleh keynote juga sebenarnya, iaitu mindset lah. Okay, saya rasa dalam at the end of the curriculum development tu, kita nak kena set satu mindset di mana graduan TVET ni sebenarnya kita kena letak dia di first class lah. Okay, first class level, supaya dia tak ada barrier dengan program-program lain lah. Okay, saya rasa itu je buat masa ni, Dr. Syakir.
Alright, thank you very much. Interesting. So, I think from the point that been given, the most challenging part and key consideration is again we are reflecting to the our accreditation body. So because we have different kind of accreditation body, we have MBOT, we have ETEC, and we have MQA, and of course every provider has their own interest or own what we call consideration in selecting which path that they will go basically, and based on that one they will choose curriculum that suit them basically, right? So thank you very much. And we go to second panelist, Mr. Sukri. We are aware that since COVID, everything has changed. Yeah? So COVID also has accelerated a lot in regards to the technology, not only regard to teaching and learning, but many things. Right? So apart from that, So we have seen that this technology also very associated with our SDG 4 and SDG 9, if not mistaken, right? So, and this is all talking about leveraging technology in fulfilling the education in the end, right? So, but as a director that responsible in the competency point of view, how actually do you, in regards to the skill or competency trainings, how do you deal with the rapid technological change so that we can enhance our TVET ecosystems as overall? Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So for my sharing session, I will use some slides in order for you to easily relate to what I'm trying to say, because I'm come from the perspective of competency certifications, because maybe some of you new to the competency certification, so I mean maybe I will focus on that. So coming back, before that I will use my timer to make sure that I have 10.
Yeah, so we have slide.
10 minutes, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm using.
You are setting up the times, huh?
Yeah,
okay.
So coming,
I will hint you, by the way, no problem.
So coming back to your question, from our perspective, how the JPK, our system, try to adjust or try to adopt technology changes, rapid changes when it comes to preparing our training program in order to suit the technology and for the student that we join our program. So I will start with this some quick overview about the competency according to our jurisdictions. So in terms of governing skills programs, actually we are governed by this Act 652 and enacted in 2016, namely National Skills Development Acts. So clearly mentioned inside the Acts, our main responsibility is to develop the competency standard that we call it NOS, National Occupational Skill Standards. So we need to say the basis of competency program must be based on a competency standard, which is NOS. So we cannot accept any proposal from any institution to propose their own program without using the standard. So standard must be developed first, and then after that we proceed with the accreditation of programs. So it's very strict, in fact. So accreditation of program is a process of making sure that the delivery of the program will achieve the learning outcome at the end of the day, as clearly stipulated in the accreditation manual. Similarly with the MQA, because we share the same approach when it comes to accreditation of the program, 7 areas under either COPTA or COPA, right? 7 areas, we stick to that program accreditation, program design, teaching staff, how do we manage resources and so on and so forth. So the difference between JPK and MQA is maybe for the third parts. We, under this Act 652, we strictly control the competency certification and the certification, the qualification of the skills programs based on NOS, strictly awarded by JPK. We will issue the certificate based on the student achievement. So the role of training provider is just to get our approval to run the program and then conduct the training. Then when it comes to final assessment of competency achievement, then they will need to ask for our approval. They will send our assessor for that purpose. So next, so coming back to your question, Mr. Moderator, how do we deal with the rapid technological changes in designing our program? So basically, I said the keywords here is technology, because for us at MOHR and DSD, Department of Skills Development, technology means, I think, everything revolves around digital, right? Digital is is leading to the tax type of occupation, or right now the buzzword, I mean the term for this kind of tax jobs or tech occupation, they call it new collar jobs, like in cloud computing, cybersecurity, IT. So basically, for related to digital technology or ICT. So if we refer to the industry forward, there are 11 pillars, right? Artificial intelligence, augmented reality, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and so forth. So there are 11. So all these 11 pillars that constitute our national policy for Industry 4.0 falls under technology type of program. So the question is, how do we cope with these rapid technological changes? Because we know that all the pillars, maybe within months or few months or less than 1 year, they will quickly change to the new, very dynamic changes. So either we want to package our training program to design our training program for full qualification or specialized skill sets. That's the tricky one. So at our perspective, we share the same opinion, like this is former executive chairman of IBM. She coined this new collar job, right? And so just reverse to the back. So when it comes to technology type of programs, this I quote from her. Unlike traditional office job, white collar job or labor job, new collar jobs are newer, mostly technical job that requires a specialized skill set. So next, even next please. Even Elon Musk, I mean, you know the guy behind the Tesla and SpaceX and so on, also put the similar clearly with a bold statement that way forward when it comes to technology type of programs. It's good to have full qualification in the form of degree, diploma, but it's not necessarily, it's not a must, it's not compulsory. As long as the candidates or the potential workers has the ability, tech savvy, ability and specific skill set like in programming, in coding skill, understand AI or maybe in gaming and so on. So it's okay for them to have some basic education certificate and then straight away join the industry and get the specific skill set inside the factory, inside the industry. So it's a matter of unbundling the traditional way of packaging the program. So it comes to technology type of program. So we think along the way. So next. So and we try to relate with the type of new collar job with the students, right? Because the majority, I believe the majority of our students falls under millennial and Gen Z, right? Maybe the majority of us came from maybe Gen Z, Gen X. It's, of course, not baby boomers, right? So okay. So since the characteristic of millennial and Gen Z type of students, based on research and also study, maths, we can Google around. The characteristic of millennial and Gen Z normally associated with job hopping, job switching, job switching, prefer flexibility to determine their schedule, working time. So the keyword is freedom. There's freedom. There's a free entry, free exit, either in the workplace or in the training and the study. Having this in mind, so next, so at JPK under the Ministry of Human Resources, next. So the way we package this kind of technology changes that covers all the pillars of industry, we think by micro-credential is the best approach for us to cope with the advancement of technology. It's very dynamic when it comes to technology, right? So the best approach is to use a micro-credential. So in our context, next, this is a view of NOS. It's the basis of our training program. This is more. The way we develop the NOS, the competency standard, is by unbundling. This able the training program. The student can just pick and choose the certain specific CU competency unit based on the needs, based on specific skill set, and then they can come to weeks of training or months of training, and then they can free exit the system and do the job, and then a few months later come back to the training center in order to pick and choose another competency unit. That's the way we unbundle the NOS for the sake of training flexibility. Because when it comes to technology, we are dealing with Gen Z and millennials generation, right? So next, this is another example of how we unbundle our programs. Instead of spend 1 year for this certificate program, the candidate just pick and choose just specific. For example, in this case, for drone piloting, it takes 1 year to complete this level. Just for 3 months training, he is able to get the partial certificate for rotary drone flying operation, which is micro-credential type of certification.
It's okay.
It's okay. So just maybe last slide. This is another example of doing micro-credential. It's a matter of a specific training for short training duration, months of training or weeks of training or less than 1 year, obviously. And then we can cater with the needs of new generation, which is more flexible working time, flexible training. And so next. So I think that's all for the
That one is online, through online? The unbundle through online? Or?
It depends. The way we regulate the training delivery it depends on the preferences of our training institution, whether to go on-site training or online training or hybrid. It depends. But for ICT, it doesn't matter if you want to go fully 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
Because ICT is mean you can do remotely with your lecturer so, but when it comes to other occupation, the hard skill when student need to operate machine, tools and equipment, so they must choose the traditional way of doing training, which is on-site training.
This is already started, right? The program.
The way we change the NOS development to make it more flexible, easy to unbundle, we started since 2010. But offering micro-credential together with MKA, because we thought with MKA, we discussed MKA, the way for us to do micro-credential is just a few years, maybe 3 or 4 years.
All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Sukri. Very interesting. So you see now that this is our future. So Elon Musk say that it might be happen that they don't care either you have a qualification or not, right? So but we need to bear in mind right now we are still talking about our earnings. It depends on the qualifications. So we are about to do a paradigm shift on our mindset. Total shift that required to be done in order to ensure that we can have that. Right. So we have listened from our Malaysian perspective side. So we love to hear from Fiona. Definitely, same issues and leveraging technologies in the context of Australian point of view. So any comments on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So thank you very much to AKEPT and to UTeM for inviting me here today. It's a great pleasure, and I hope that what I talk about from the Australian perspective will be very interesting to you as my Malaysian colleagues. So one correction I had to make, and I need to make sure I do that in my biography, is that I now work for the Department of Education. Previously, we were called the Department of Education, Skills and Employment. But like many countries, Malaysia too, we are always wondering, where does TVET fit? And now TVET is no longer with the Department of Education and has moved over to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. However, we still do a lot of work in the TVET space, particularly in our international work. So I work very closely with my Department of Employment colleagues, and they have provided me with a lot of this information today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Australia's TVET system first, and then talk about the changes that we're seeing and the role of technology and how we are doing digital skills development. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of information about our TVET system. So the VET system in Australia is quite well developed, and it plays a very, very important role in supporting more Australians to access skilled work and contributing to economic prosperity. And I think that all of the points that Mr. Sukri just made are really, really pertinent to how Australia is structuring its skills development as we move forward. And so you can see there that it says, in addition to providing the skills needed to get a job, what TVET does also in Australia, and in Australia you can see on some of my slides, we miss out the T at the beginning. We often refer to it just as the VET system. The VET system helps workers to become more productive and to take advantage of new opportunities in the economy. And I think that those comments about new collar jobs, I really like that term. Thank you very much. I'm going to use that. It's about a very specialised skill set, and I think this is what the TVET system can offer. And I think it is absolutely true that a lot of these new jobs, particularly in technology, don't necessarily require a full degree or a master's degree or a PhD. We are seeing lots more jobs in the cybersecurity field, in cloud computing, in our defence industry that need quite specialised skills. So it's a tripartite industry-led system. So when we say tripartite in Australia, we mean employers or industry, our trade unions, and also government. It's a very flexible system that we have, and lots of diverse training opportunities for students so that they can get the skills that they need. We also have a competency-based system, and it's a nationally regulated system. But of course, we are a federation in Australia, so we have the Commonwealth government or the federal government, but we work very closely with the states and territories. And each of the states and territories has a specific skills or education and skills minister who works with our Commonwealth skills minister as well. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of a profile of who's doing VET training in Australia. So these are the statistics from 2020, and probably there's some anomalies there because during COVID, lots of people had a lot of time to do a bit more training. I think a lot of people thought, well, now is a good time to upskill myself, and we actually offered quite a bit of incentives to do some training during that period. We provided a lot of free courses for Australian citizens. So 3 in 10 VET students are aged under 25, so millennial students. 47% of VET students in 2020 were female. Almost 3 in 10 VET students lived outside major cities, so that's a really important thing for Australia. As you know, Australia is an incredibly large country, and we have some very, very remote populations. Many of those remote populations have high levels of Indigenous populations, so they have some very clear challenges. 17% of our VET students were from the most socioeconomically disadvantaged areas. 4% approximately are Indigenous students, and 5% were students with a disability. And interestingly, with respect to the unbundling and the picking and choosing that Mr. Sukri was talking about and micro-credentials, you can see from the way that students in Australia are accessing VET. They are more likely to be full-time employed and studying part-time. Most students undertook their VET course for employment-related reasons, 75%. Only around 10% undertook it for the purposes of pursuing further study. And 6 in 10 VET students are enrolled in a standalone subject, which is basically that unbundling in action. So they're just taking one subject from a qualification, a micro-credential. That's what I need for my current job, so I'm just going to do that one, which is very interesting. Next slide, please. Sorry, this is a very busy slide, but I thought it was interesting so that you can see that there are many, many different types of VET qualifications in Australia. And they go from, so we have our Australian qualifications framework, and our VET courses are included in that qualifications framework. And just so that you know, the diploma level in Australia is quite different to the diploma level of studies here in Malaysia. So for vocational education and training, it's the endorsed qualifications are Certificate 1, Certificate 2, up to Certificate 4, and then Diploma and Advanced Diploma. And you can see the different numbers of students. And of course, then you had the non-AQF, which is ones like micro-credentials, just single units of competency that can be bundled together to link to a vocational outcome, but not necessarily. And then we have our national training packages as well, and I'll talk a little bit more about the structure of how our national training packages work. And then, of course, we have accredited courses which are developed generally by private providers in the vocational education and training space, and they are often aimed at very niche industries and where there are gaps in the market. And one that I can think of is gaming and animation. We have quite a thriving animation industry in Australia, but we cannot get enough people at the moment. We don't have enough people who have the animation skills. Apparently, we've been importing animators from Canada in the last couple of years because we don't have enough. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to talk a little bit then about the role of technology and how we're working to do digital skills development. And there's the 4 different areas that I'll just talk briefly about. The Australian Digital Capability Framework. So in 2019, the Australian government formed a digital transformation expert panel to consider how Australia's VET sector can most effectively respond to the massive digital change underway across industry and its impact on Australia's workforce. So the recommendations from that panel led to the Australian Digital Capability Framework, which uses common, easily understood language to describe the broad digital capabilities required by the Australian workforce. This really helps everybody, industry and education providers, to have an explicit and shared understanding so that they can build digital capability across the nation's workforce. So part of the work that the Australian government is doing as well is a digital skills cadetship trial. So this started in 2021 and it will go to the end of 2023. The Australian government allocated over $10 million for this trial to support innovative approaches to cadetships for digital career pathways in order to build Australia's digital skills and capabilities, just to see where those gaps are and what our big sectors and companies need. So the cadetships comprise structured training with on-the-job learning through an employer. They have a sponsored work placement alongside facilitated mentoring arrangements, and I think that mentoring arrangement is very, very important. The projects utilise a mixture of accredited and non-accredited courses, so they have some VET qualifications, they use some micro-credentials, they can do higher education units as well, and some of it is just industry-recognised training, perhaps, Microsoft training, etc. Much of the structured training is delivered via online training platforms with a mixture of live and self-paced learning, and the assessment activities are conducted on digital platforms as well. Cadetships can take 4 to 8 months to complete, and they have the aim of preparing cadets to transition into employment or further training. So that once we've completed that trial, it will give us a lot of information on how we can take that program forward into the future.
The cadetship is kind of upskilling program?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think specifically aimed sometimes at people who are leaving school and want an alternative pathway to going to university. Or it might be specific programs in a particular regional area where you have big mining companies who have a specific skills need and they want to work together with the local community so that there are jobs for the local community. Digital literacy as well. This is something that's very interesting because the Australian government recognises that if people have low digital literacy, it can impact their quality of life and employment opportunities in the same way as language, literacy, numeracy. So in 2021, digital literacy was listed as the 6th core skill for the Skills for Education and Employment program, which is one of the programs that we use to upskill people. And it helps providers and education institutions to fast-track the adoption and delivery of digital literacy training in the program. So we also have a digital literacy skills framework. Digital literacy refers to the skills and competencies needed to use digital technologies to achieve personal goals, enhance employability skills, and support education and training. So the digital literacy skills framework sits alongside the Australian core skills framework, and all of this reinforces the concept that digital literacy is part of the integral suite of core skills that are fundamental for individuals to be able to participate in society and work. So part of having this as a core competency is to ensure that nobody is left behind in the transition to a very technology-driven society. Next slide, please. I think that's the end of this particular segment. Yep.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Fernandez. We see that it's not, Malaysian and Australians, we are working on the same path, right? It's almost similar that you have your VET system and our TVET system is almost like you have, this the Cert 1, Cert 2, 3, until diploma. I think almost the same that like we have, right? So any particular reason that I can see from the slide just now that the certification 3, right? So the populations of students is almost double from others. Any reason on that one, basically? If you have?
I think the reason that Certificate 3 has a really, really large number of students is because many of the standard VET qualifications end at the Certificate 3 and they don't go up into the Certificate 4.
Yep. Makes sense. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Right. So, alhamdulillah, so we have completed our first round. Thank you to all the panels. Now I'd like to open the session for question and answer. So we have 10 minutes. If you have any, so just please raise your hands. Then our team will go and assist you. Any questions from the floor? Any questions? Nampak ni? Nampak faham sangat ni? Sila bagi nama, state your names and from which institutions, please. Because we want to record it. It will be in our books later on.
Okay. I'm Dr. Zen from UTeM, Melaka. Okay. I would like to ask Fiona about the frameworks. It's like you have 4 frameworks. Is that from the Australian Digital Capability Framework up to Digital Literacy Skill Framework, right? The 4 frameworks. Okay, I just would like to ask about the Digital Literacy Skills Framework. Okay, who is the target audience, the target market for that?
So we have many different frameworks in Australia in the VET system. We do love a framework. I think it just helps when people are trying to understand different concepts within technical and vocational education and training. But I think the digital literacy skills framework is not just for the VET system in Australia, but it's for learning and development and professional development everywhere. So it's for everybody. It's really embedded in what the Australian core skills framework has. And these are core competencies that we want every Australian to develop through their basic schooling, through their high schooling, through their VET qualifications, and if they go on to higher education as well. It's really the kind of core skills that we want everybody to learn to give them the best opportunity to be successful in their personal life, in their professional life, and to be able to contribute to the Australian economy and Australian society. So it's really kind of a baseline of digital skills that we want everybody to be able to have so that people are not left behind.
Okay, so you have the very basic to the advanced skills inside that framework, is that?
Well, not really. I think it's more of these are the kind of baseline skills that we want everybody to have.
Or it's the same throughout?
And then people can choose which parts of the education system they want to access later. So if they are somebody who has a very, very strong STEM capability, if they're very strong in mathematics or physics and they then want to pursue higher education, this framework encourages that as well.
Can we access that in the website?
I think, yes, you should be able to access that. And what I can do afterwards is to compile some of this information so that anyone who has registered...
Yeah, if you can give the link.
All right, sure.
Yeah, the link, then we can just click the link.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's cover 2 questions in one. Any other questions? We can accept one more questions if we have. Oh, biar tanya soalan tunduk semua. Kena panggil ni. Tunjuk. Any questions?
Okay.
Or they want to make it 3.
Okay, I'm interested with this Australian digital capability framework. So I'm just wondering whether we from Malaysia, okay, can we have this Malaysian digital capability framework? Are we going towards that?
Mr. Shukri, any comment on that?
Yeah, maybe on behalf of other related agency that's managing or regulator for this, because in Australia they have many framework, right? In terms of Malaysia, we have many policies, blueprints, right? Yes. But managed by different agencies, right? Like because things related to digital ICT falls under the MDEX kind of policy. They have specific framework also for digitals, even. Green, for example, is another framework under the another ministry under the Green Corporation Technology. So, but when it comes to TVET, it's not a kind of framework. It's not a national framework, but it's a kind of policy that should be embedded in the training delivery. For example, digital. Literacy is key. It is a must when it comes to compulsory module for TVET. As maybe after this basic in AI, maybe it's a new way of doing so. But for every, as far as we're concerned, although it's not compulsory, for example, for us to impose ICT literacy or digital kind of, but almost 100% all the programs offered by our training institution under our departments, they put digital literacy and digital ICT as a basic, as a core compulsory module for them.
Yep.
So I think it's
even MQA also the state in the framework of MQA also digital literacy is the main. Right. So I think that is our Q&A session. Now we are ready to second round. I make it very quick so that we can finish still on the time, right? So in this second session or second round, we are going to talk about the success of our students or TVET students or alumni. So I believe that if you have knowledge on the TVETs, you notice that since 2010, I read from the Khazanah Research Institute report published in 6 April 2023, based on 2020 data from Ministry of Higher Education. 2010, the TVET graduate employability based on tracer study is around 65%. Our graduate employability. And then 10 years later, which is 2020, it raised up to close to 88%. It's quite a significant increase. It's quite a good numbers to us. And it surpassed basically non-TVET, exceed non-TVET's graduate employability since 2012. So means to say that TVET has a good demand from industry perspective. So just either we notice or not notice. We're comparing between TVET and non-TVET. This is what happens since 2012. We surpassed the non-TVET already. Right? So it means to say that the demand is there, and of course along this journey, so we have seen a lot of success happens, and in this regard, we would like to have a perspective from our panelists to share as a institution providers of TVET. So the success that you have from your students or alumni in regards to this TVET education, basically. Can you share, Mr. Rustam? Yes, because I didn't ask you just now.
So okay, once again, I think most of us, especially TVET providers, so they have their own success story, right? But in terms of field too, quite different, right? For example, in my faculty itself, actually kita ada about 1,700 students currently, and then we have about 2006 alumni. Right, so actually our faculty started in 2011. So until now we already produced 2006, about 2,600 alumni. Right, so actually it's quite a big number of alumni. So since we have 7 programs only, but for the last 3 years we added another 2 programs, 2 TVET programs, which are the Bachelor of Technology, so more on TVET, higher TVET program. So from the question from our moderator, PM Dr. Shakir, so actually in this session I would like to share with our current student. So last year our TVET student top 5 in Shell competition, okay, Shell Varsity competition, which is conducted by Shell itself. So actually this innovation program for TVETs, more than 50 participants, okay, project from the any other universities in our local PTAs or PTS. So actually our students, we have 2 projects, which is both of these projects selected to be top 5, okay, in the final pitching projects. But unfortunately, we only get number 2 out of 5. Our projects we get number 2 and number 5. So at least from our 5 these projects, actually we win in our targets. To get our students explore quite very good in this project, for especially the title given by Shell. Okay, so actually they produce several titles, so we need to pick up, and then at the same time we do some pitching project before it, and actually before it was started by our student, we have several sessions, especially we brainstorming, and we need the students to make it successful, right? And then at the same time, for alumni, maybe I can share actually my own student, right? So our first cohort, so intake 2011, and then this student was graduated in 2015. So within these 6 years to 7 years, he already appointed as a manager in Texas Instruments. So it means that it's quite a high level of position in a very big company, multinational company, especially in Texas Instruments. So his name is Adi Irwan. So what I would like to share in this session. So the first point is we monitor the student through our academic advisory system. So from the first week they enter the university, we will make sure they will graduate at very good grades. Okay, and then our penasihat akademik lah, kita call it penasihat akademik in Malaysia. So we have to make sure that our penasihat akademik will handle them until they graduate very good grades. But sometimes, maybe 1 or 2% of our students didn't get good grades. Okay, so maybe there's several barriers there. But most of them are very good jobs lah, right? Which is our GE quite a very good number juga after 6 months graduation. Okay, it's about 96%. Okay, for the last year punya students. Right. So another point here is our student clubs. Okay, which is our student club quite very active. So actually our team member over here, Arman. He is one of the heroes punya robotic clubs. Okay, so we will make sure our students start from their we call it pitching from our team, and then we do some CSR project with other communities, and at the same time also we will make sure our students they manage from A until Z. So make sure any our projects regarding to our KPIs, okay, which is in university we have a certain amount for the students. So we will make sure the amount will make sure the activities are fully conducted by our students. So that's why I think that's the soft skill we generate other than our academic punya platform. Right, I think that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. So, I mean, a lot of efforts has to be done before we can create the success, right? So it's not an easy job, by the way. It doesn't matter either TVET or non-TVET. So a lot of effort has to be done. Thank you very much. So now we skip one. So we move to Fiona first. All right. So I read from the report. I hope that the report give me a good numbers or correct numbers. So they said from Skilling Australia, it said that from the report mentioned that the TVET students or TVET alumni or TVET graduates, they earn more pay than the non-TVETs. I'm not quite sure whether it's true or not. So maybe you can also share this story and also other success story that you have from Australian perspective again. Thank you.
Yes, I think in certain sectors, TVET graduates can earn much more now than graduates from higher education. I think maybe it's a balancing out. You know, over the last 10, 20 years, Australia has really been trying to encourage more Australians to go to university, particularly people from very diverse backgrounds, lower socio-economic backgrounds who didn't access university before. So we have found that lots more people are going to university, but then maybe we had a big skills gap in our vocational and education training areas, particularly in trades, like the traditional trades like electricians and plumbers and carpenters, so you can earn quite a lot of money. And of course, one of the very big industries for Australia is the mining industry and the resources industry. And if you have a trade and you work for one of them, you can earn very, very good money. So,
so it's correct data, right? It's correct data.
It is correct. So I have a few examples of two Australian, a trainee and an apprentice, and then two examples of Australian education institutions and what they're doing kind of in the technology space. In the keynote speech before, I didn't understand everything, but I think there was some discussion about the perception of
correct.
TVET. And so one of the things that we do in Australia to help improve the perception of TVET is that we have Australian Training Awards every year, and they're very important in the sector, and they're very highly regarded. So I wanted to highlight Savannah Kenobi. She was the Apprentice of the Year in 2021. And she did a Certificate 3 in Electrotechnology Electrician Training. And she did that at Charles Darwin University. In Australia, we have what we call dual sector universities. I think we have 6 of them. And they are universities which not only teach higher education qualifications, but they also teach VET qualifications. And Charles Darwin University is one of the largest because it's located in the Northern Territory, which services a very large and remote population with lots of Indigenous students too. And of course, there are lots of mining operations in the Northern Territory as well. And so they require a lot of staff with very specific skills. So Savannah completed her Certificate 3 and she works for Rio Tinto Gove operations in Northeast Arnhem Land. Northeast Arnhem Land is probably one of the most remote parts of Australia. It's in the Northern Territory, but it's right off in the corner in the northeast. And so it's very hard for them to attract skilled staff. But she's also a female apprentice in a mining sector. It's quite male-dominated, but she's been a really great mentor to new apprentices, and she's, becoming qualified in a dual trade in electrotechnology and instrumentation and control. And I think the two big sectors in Australia that are really at the forefront of new technology is the mining and resources sector and our defence sector. Next slide, please. And interestingly, in the new collar jobs, we're also seeing a trend in white collar industries such as PricewaterhouseCoopers. Pricewaterhouse actually started a program in Australia called the Higher Apprenticeship Program, which was based on a program that they did in the United Kingdom. And this actually provides an alternative pathway for school leavers to undertake skills training on the job with a professional or, a very large multinational professional services organisation like PricewaterhouseCoopers. So again, it goes back to that idea that sometimes people don't need a 4-year degree. Sometimes they need very specific skill sets and they can get that through training on the job. And so Megan Cox did a Certificate 4 in Information Technology, and she said she heard about the opportunities in technology at a female leadership forum, and she really wanted an alternative pathway to university. So she did this through TAFE New South Wales. So the TAFE institutions in Australia are our government-funded TVET institutions, and she's doing it with PwC. I think she's based in Sydney. So that's also a really interesting program, and I think they're getting a lot of people and developing their technology skills through that. Next slide, please. So we also, in these training awards, have industry collaboration awards, and the two institutions I'm going to profile, one was the winner and one was a finalist. So the Canberra Institute of Technology is actually also a TAFE institution based in Canberra, and they have a renewable energy industry collaboration. And of course, technology is a big part of renewable energy, and the transition from, fossil fuels to renewable energy is a really big issue in Australia, and of course I know it is for Malaysia as well. Actually, one of my colleagues from PricewaterhouseCoopers was giving a presentation yesterday at Petronas on a just transition to renewable energy. So this one is a joint approach that they do with a number of different companies in Canberra to researching and building sustainable networks, training opportunities and career pathways for jobs in the global renewables industry. So they share the renewable industry initiatives with the local community and schools, and the collaboration is really trying to demonstrate the technological, social and environmental benefits of embracing wind technology and renewables sector training. So that actually won the award. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, Australia's defence sector is also very heavily invested in technological advances, and this one was a finalist. So this is a collaboration between TAFE South Australia, BAE Systems, which is a big defence contractor, and Flinders University, and they developed a diploma of digital technologies, and this actually works to train up our Australian Defence Force people. So building sovereign capability in our defence forces, supporting innovation, naval shipbuilding, and upskilling the workforce to deliver superior capability to our Australian Defence Force. But even though it's specifically designed for defence, they feel that the outcomes of this collaboration can be replicated in other industries, and so it's really helping to increase the number of students who are doing STEM courses and job-ready industries. And they have specific funding to try and get women into the program as well, to address the current underrepresentation of women in both engineering, technology and defence. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So very interesting. So we can see that all the ladies that you have shown, this purposely be met or how? Okay, all right. So thank you very much. So means to say that we are talking about equity in genders and everything. So TVET also have a good agenda on this one, and this is our responsibility also to ensure this happens, right? So then from that data or from that discussion that we have met, we can see that the equity is there, so we can actually strive more on that one to ensure the success. So on the other hand, we see that the competency certifications, right? I think because I'm from UTeM, Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka, so I think since 2019, if I'm not mistaken, we started a program so-called at every student has one professional certifications, right? So this is actually to boost the graduate employability in the end. It looks like very successful. So basically, and of course we see that this is the as-on or as value to our graduates later on, part of the academic achievements. Okay, we are talking about grades. Now we have another cert that we give to them, and this is very beneficial to them in regards to the industry perspective, right? So in this context, could you please share to us, Mr. Sukri, on the success stories of TVET student that obtains these competency certifications?
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to share with all of you our success story from the perspective of our business. I'm not going to highlight individual achievement either from the perspective of student or organizational training institution, but excellent ideas, good idea for me to go back with the Australian practice, Australian training award, right? So maybe we can have the similar award, Malaysian training awards for student category as well, for the achievement of specific training skill that have done excellent job in this, based on the special category. Because we have similar awards, but focusing on the delivery of the QA compliance, quality assurance compliance. If they comply with our quality assurance at the end of every 2 years, we organize some kind of ceremony to award our training institution for 5-star rating program, for the certain program that reach the 5 ratings, something like that. But it's now is a new idea with fantastic practice in Australia, Australian Training Awards. So coming back to what I'm going to share with you, the whole system, like UTeM, you mentioned that the way you enhance the success, employability rate of your student by giving extra professional cert, right? But in our case, in my case, this is the until now this the highest success rate in terms of graduate employability. Basically, it's a national dual training system. SADN is a system latihan dual national or national dual training system. But in this specific case, we tailor our dual training system. Dual means 2 places, 70% in industry, 30% in training institution. There must be collaboration between training center and industry or company. But in this case, we just specifically SAD, we call it German Dual Vocational Training Program, German GDVT, German Dual Vocational Training, just for German companies in Malaysia. We started this program in 2014, like in the slide. There are tripartite arrangement for this public-private partnership. We on the side of facilitating and regulating the whole program in terms of quality assurance. And German companies controlled or managed by MGCC, Malaysian German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. MGCC, we identify or decide everything when it comes to the participation of the company. We just doing our job in facilitating and regulating, and the training center that took part in these programs are PSDC and GMI. You know PSDC in Penang, GMI in Bangi to cover the Klang Valley, PSDC to cover the German companies for German company business in the northern region, especially in Penang. So what we did in 2014 is next. We designed a special program for German companies to offer this SCADN GDVT, whereby the student vetted through by the companies, German companies. There are few channels for our student. Either for the good student, they have certain credit in certain subject, credit in math and science, credit in technical and other additional condition imposed by the company, German companies. For the cream student, those who have good result in their education, they can straight away take a diploma program. The LKM together with the IHK, HHK is a professional certificate by the chambers. There's also professional cert, but dual certificate. The program itself is dual. The certificate is a dual. The LKM together with professional certificate by the Association of German Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
So they're directly attached to that companies, or
must be German companies. German, it's a passerella, no? Because you know MGCC, Malaysian German Chamber of Commerce, right? Because of course German companies will follow the MGCC.
Like Melbauer, right? So Melbauer is one of the.
Yeah. I mentioned next slide. So another route for less fortunate students, maybe they are not good in the credit, they don't have credit in math and science, but they still can join this program. But first they need to undergo certificate program, SKM level 3. If they manage to get through the certificate level, they can proceed to diploma level. It's not diploma, advanced diploma at level 5. And the objective of this program is for our advanced diploma holders to get the German Meister. So some of them have completed successfully get the status of German Meister. So next, these are the German companies that are currently offering this program. Some of them in collaboration with GMI in Bangi, in Klang Valley, some of the companies in northern region in Penang. So 8 in Klang Valley and 6 in Penang. So some of the companies like Schenker, Bauer, Honey, Chiba Vision, Robot Boss, and so forth. So next collaboration, we are considering to explore another program including industrial management, electronic automation technology, because right now we are only focusing on two types of program: logistic, operation management, and mechatronic. So the success rate is next 98% of the graduate gets employed, because the way we design the program and the industry have very clear training package and job opportunity for the students that are going to join the programs.
Employed in the same
either with the same company or with the other partners, also the German companies. So until now, this I would say the most successful model.
Yeah, very interesting.
So okay, maybe.
Right, very interesting. So means that there is opportunity for them, right, to work at the same industries and not too limited to that. They also can work or be employed by others industries.
Yeah. But to be honest, normal SCDN, because we never impose in order for companies that are going to take part in the dual training system for them to absorb the employers. But in this case, because of the involvement of MGCC, so maybe the German companies need to follow the requirement of MGCC. Normal as ADN, we are not imposing that kind of requirements for them to absorb to upon completion of the training to secure the job. It's not compulsory.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So once again, so we have completed our second round. Thank you to all the panelists. So we just to have one questions because we are running out of time once again. So if you have any question, please raise your hands. Jangan habis cepat ni. Any questions, please?
Alright, hi, Assalamualaikum. I'm Mulyati from UTeM. So I have one question from the floor. So it's open to all. Any panelists can answer this. So this is regard in terms of teaching and learning. Alright, the question is, let me just read the question. In regard to the pedagogy, just now we have learned about heutagogy, then we have paragogy, and at the same time we have been explained by the key speakers about synagogy, which is come from the word synergy. Alright, so the question is, how the teachers, the educators are able to actually to close the gap or the features in order to make sure the teaching and learning is actually being provided fairly to the student, especially for the TVET student, because they are actually considered as the, I would say, the student who are dealing with machine tools and, so how this actually will be able, what are the, the question, should they, is a new term, maybe TVET Goji or any Goji that suit with the TVET field in Malaysia or maybe in Canada? That's it, that's the question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought I become one of panelists again. Any from panelists would like to respond? Fiona, Mr. Sukri, Fiona? I'm not trying to save my friends.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very good question, and I think what we try and do in Australia for our VET institutions is to make sure that we have people from industry who are teaching in those qualifications. But I think with the changes in technology that are so fast, it's an ongoing challenge. And I think it's really an obligation of the education institutions to continue providing continuous professional education for their teachers as well.
All right, thank you. Mr. Zukri, anything to add?
Just a little bit. I'm not going to touch on the GGG.
Yeah.
No, because going back to policy, JPK and MKA basically we agree on for any TVET program in Malaysia must comply with COPTA, right? Code of Practice for TVET Program Integration. There are 7 areas inside the COPTA. One of the area is teaching staff. And the requirement for teaching staff in order to conduct or deliver TVET program, one of the requirement is teaching license or teaching license, something like that. So in our case, the teaching license is TVET, Mandarin North at level 4 diploma. It is a must for the TVET instructor to have specific competency certificate, specific for their occupation, welding, dressing, in whatever, cybersecurity, plus teaching license, which is TVET. So there are few modules, and of course, the way before they will be awarded with that TVET teaching license. Of course, that kind of pedagogy work, whatever goji will take place. So unfortunately, I cannot detail on that because it is a force that kind of activity fall under SIAS, Center of Instructor and Skills Development Center in Shah Alam.
But many concerns that, because they have teach around more than 10 years, for example, right? But just because of that license, they cannot teach. We try to maintain the quality, but at the same time, they need to take that license. It takes a lot of times, maybe 9 months, if I'm not mistaken, to complete that module. So what's your comments on that one? Because they have good experience on teaching already.
I know. So she has to look at that seriously, because obviously we need to make it more shorter for the instructor to renew their license. It cannot be maybe less than 1 month, maybe. I'm not sure. But I take your point. I know.
Let pass the ball to Sias then. All right, so thank you very much. So if you do have any, so I think that we try to go to our final round, and because we have against the time very, constraints, we have a constraint of time today, so we try to limit. So I give every panel to have only 6 minutes, and then you wrap up straight away for this session. 1 minute to wrap up. Supposedly it's 10 minutes, right? So I will start this round because we try to shape the future based on the technology that we have and with the evolving of the technologies and everything, right? So I will try to quote from our honorable minister. So on his statement during the Amanat Tahun Baru once against, So in Malay, he said that kepada semua pihak yang menggalas tanggungjawab mengendalikan institusi kemahiran kita, rakan terpenting kalian ialah pihak industri. So this is the perfect words that been described by our honorable minister, and he already highlighted that it's very important for us to engage, not only engage, don't directly collaborate with the industry. So because industry is our the most important partners, basically, right? So the first question goes to Mr. Sukri this time around. So what is actually the role that should industry partnership and collaboration plays in shaping the futures in order for us to improve our TVET education systems, and how can these collaborations can be fostered and sustained, basically?
So this model of TVET under our ministry, MOHR, as well as my department, in order to move forward to make sure that we can sustain this kind of TVET ecosystem, is for everybody to get to this tripartite arrangement, because we have issue with the current model. If the government fully manage the training, public training institution, a lot of money, because the government have invested huge amount of money. You mentioned just now 6.7 billion.
Yep.
So the thinking of the new government is for the industry to take some part of the training. It's not solely on the government. So this tripartite model is way forward for us. So we are going to promote this model. Even we have presented this model to Economic Minister YB Rafizi. So at Pemudah, Pemudah is maybe Pemudah is under Economic Ministry. So government just play its role as to facilitate and regulate everything for the system. Industry take the leads, because industry-led TVET is a way forward. Training institution just complement the industry needs, industry requirement, because the technology, the expert from industry, just maybe the best way is just sending our student to industry. But in certain rare case, you can also invite the industry to come to your institution, like presented by our keynote speaker in Polytechnic. They have teaching factory in school, right? Yep. But it's very rare case. You can set up a studio, right, for animation, but that for technology and the kind of machine is impossible for you to invite industry to come to your institution. The best for your student to be sent to industry. So in conclusion, next. So this old model doing SADN, because 100% I would say managed by my department. We need to find companies, we need to promote, do promotion or kind, and then to convince the training providers to join. It's very tired. It's tiring activities. We are very tired. So the best is next AII, Academy in Industry. This is what have been presented to the Pemuda, chaired by the YB Rafizi. Academy in Industries, Industry AI is basically the smart collaboration between the government side, GPK, and industry. Industry will be managed by MPC, Malaysian Productivity Company, under the MITI. MITI is Ministry of International Trade and Industry, right? So MPC will make sure that JPK, you just stay focus on your core business in facilitating and regulating QA. We take part of finding the right industry to join this PPP model for TVET. And the constant supply of students from KPM, of course, the largest feeder of students for under Ministry of Education or BPATV, because when it comes to TVET under KPM, falls under the MB of BPATV. So the sustainable model is industry commitment plus constant supply of the student as early as 16 years old. So equal share of partnership among JPK, MPC dan BPATV. So I think we are going to promote this model, and other training institution other than under KPM or BTV can also join, participate in this program, plus others, right? So I think that's all my opinion.
So this model get a good response from our minister? Or still confidential?
Actually, if you Google around, there's very much, very limited information about AI, because we started with AIF. It's not AI. But if you Google, you can see Academy in Factory. Previous administration under Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, we started with AIF, Academy in Factory, simply the factory is for semiconductor industry in Penang, because they have at that time they had difficulty in finding the right workers. After pandemic, semiconductor industry was booming at that time, but not enough skilled workers. So we agreed to set up AIF. But came new administration led by YB Rafizi. No, why we should limit to factory only? Go out to all industries. So we changed the AIF to Academic Industry.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Right. So we know that the stakeholders is not only limited to industry, right? So we have communities, our stakeholders, parents, students, agencies. They are all our stakeholders. So Fiona, so how can actually we collaborate all of these stakeholders together to finally create a sustainable and inclusive TVET systems?
I think this is one of the hardest parts of the TVET system, is making sure you have a process that is sustainable and inclusive, but reacts to the skills needs that industry have in a very rapidly changing environment. And in Australia, we're always talking about continuous improvement. So we've actually recently changed the way that we're doing stakeholder consultation and industry consultation mechanisms for TVET. So next slide, please. So we recently had broad-ranging consultations on the role of industry and the role of other stakeholders and opportunities for improvement. So we did extensive consultations with all the various stakeholders, communities, education providers, industry. The state and territory ministers for skills were involved in these agreements, and we set up a transition advisory group as well. Next slide, please. So the mechanism that we have currently settled on, so previously we had two sets of mechanisms. One was industry reference committees and the other one was skills service organisations. But we have now settled on a new mechanism which are going to be called jobs and skills councils. And the government's hope is that these will become a stronger and more strategic voice in ensuring that our vet sector delivers strong outcomes for both the learners and for employers. So the Jobs and Skills Councils will have four main functions. They'll do workforce planning, they'll do training product development, so they will develop our national training packages. They will implement, promote and monitor these training packages, and of course they have that role of industry stewardship. What's not mentioned there is that they also have a role in making sure that all of the information on the development of new skills packages and training packages is open to the public as well. I'll talk about that.
That one is already been established, right? It's quite
They're
some
in the
time,
process. Some of them have been
okay.
established, and some of them are still ongoing. So we did like an open tender process where people could, like organisations could submit their proposals to become a Jobs and Skills Council. So we're going to have Jobs and Skills Councils in all of these different sectors. And of course, you know, there are some very important ones there. The energy, gas and renewables for Australia, mining and automotive, finance, technology and business, etc. Next slide, please. This one also very, very busy, but I think I won't go into a lot of detail, but I think it underlines how complex the stakeholder interactions can be. And getting it right is always a compromise between making sure that you're engaging with every stakeholder in a very real way, but doing it in a time frame that is appropriate for industry. So as you can see, there are lots of different stakeholders and, you know, different ways that they interact with each other. Next slide, please. So this is our training package organising framework. As I said, we do like a framework in Australia. So this is a set of rules from all of the skills ministers, both state and territory and federal, and it's the content and process requirements that will develop nationally recognised training packages. And as I said before, our system is very flexible, so a lot of people are not doing training packages. Training packages are often for very specific professions, like if you want to become a plumber or if you want to become an electrician. So they've got the standards, the products policy, and the endorsement process policy. Next slide, please. So as you can see, there's quite a long process, but my understanding of what we're hoping for with this new process is that this will be less than 18 months from step 1 to step 7, which is quite challenging.
Yep.
But I think really if you do anything more than 18 months, then the skills that you end up with are not the skills that the industry needs. So as you can see, it does workforce planning, initial development, and step 2 is public and government consultation. So the Australian public does have an opportunity to provide input into a product development, and they have a 4-week period. So the Jobs and Skills Councils must incorporate that feedback, and they have to provide a clear written justification if there's an unresolved issue. So then you have senior officials from government who check that, and then there's a final assurance check through that framework that I mentioned before. And then finally, it will get to skills minister's endorsement, and then that training package becomes what is used by industry and by all of the training providers. So this is the second body, which is really, really important, and it's a really big piece of how industry works. So the Jobs and Skills Australia is actually an independent agency, which is kind of belongs to our Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. So this was only created in November last year, so it's very, very new. But it's an independent agency, and it is responsible for providing advice to the Australian government to underpin Australia's response to current, emerging and future labour needs. They will help the Australian government to improve employment opportunities and economic growth. And it will use a really broad range of people, so it employs economists, data scientists, analysts, researchers, product developers, designers, and project managers, and they are all working with all the different industry groups and all of those Jobs and Skills Councils. And so one of the areas of focus is looking at the workforce needs of the clean energy sector. And they will also, the Jobs and Skills Australia will also actively engage with the state and territory governments, employers, unions, providers, to provide advice on current and emerging workforce needs. And of course, they see this as a two-way process. So they will provide intelligence on kind of macro data trends to the Jobs and Skills Councils, and then they will incorporate specific sector insights from those Jobs and Skills Councils back into the data and to modify their data analysis products that they use. And they can be specifically tasked by the government to do deep dive capacity studies like the Clean Energy Workforce Study. And I think we'll see as different industries and different technology needs develop that they'll do more of these deep dive studies.
Yep. All right, thank you very much. So we can see that a lot of things need to be done within 18 months, Fiona. So it has to be completed. It's a tough job, basically. Right? So hopefully everything goes well. So the final one, the final panelist for today, we'll wrap up the session, basically. So, of course, we talk about, currently it's not new one. So generative AI is quite well established, but we just talk about ChatGPT because it gives a lot of distraction in our teaching and learning. So we just need to put a proper prompt and it will reply all the answer easily. Even I just type how to handle or how to moderate 2 hours moderation with the title of leveraging. They give us this is the way. Then this is all the notes that have been given by ChatGPT, by the way. But I just double confirm with the Kazana Research Institute and everything, the data. Right. But by the way, so with all the technologies that we enforce or we try to introduce in our TVET programs, we have to bear in mind as well that we derive the curriculums today, right? Which depends on, it might be happen that tomorrow technology, because we cannot simply just design curriculum just straight away, just like that. It depends on the previous technology we design our curriculum. It's always happened so. And we know that currently or nowadays the technology evolves pretty much very quick one, right? Very fast. So how we can actually, what kind of measure that we should take to ensure that these integrations perfectly match with our TVET program, basically.
So, okay, maybe I can share with you actually our implementation in the faculty, and I assume all of the TVET provider also do the same things, right? So I think the most important thing is that we need to get industry advisory panel, okay, to make it our program sustainable, and then dalam bahasa Melayunya lestari. So we are going to make sure our program sustain for 10 or 20 years coming. But that's the same name, but the content may be changeable according to the advice from our industry advisory panel. So for example, in our faculty we have 9 programs. Okay, we have actually 25, more than 25 IAPs. Okay, so actually our IAPs including the professional from specialists from the industries. So regarding to the specialization and our programs related to the field of study. And then we also invite our alumni, okay, especially as I said before, one of our success students, alumni, okay, which is he worked with the Texas Instrument. So we invite him to be one of our industry advisory panel. So he can compare from his previous studies, curriculum structure, and then current technology with the industry. So he advised us to put some knowledge on the AI. So actually we already have our own subjects regarding the AI, but he suggests us to make it more details on the algorithm. So based on his advice, so we do some academic process until the Senate, and then we completed the current technology in our syllabus. Right. So we will make sure our program sustain with our current technology and maybe for the future. Right. And then based on my experience and my points also. So I hope that TVETs, okay, these our TVET programs, we need to make sure our secondary school also interested in TVET programs, STEM programs, right? So to make sure we have our feeder for our programs. So that's why we need more CSR programs to make sure our future student, okay, they are interested in our program. And then I think as a conclusion, right, okay. So we need very strong support from our governance, from our government, especially financial, the policies itself, which will help us for our future leaders, okay, from our students, for our industry, and actually for our countries. Right. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So thank you very much to all the panelists. I hope that you give a big applause to all of our panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Rostam, Mr. Sukri, and Fiona. So we come to the end of the session. You have witnessed that we have discussed a lot from the challenges and opportunities that we have. We end up with the future shaping of our TVET ecosystem. I hope that everyone here has some takeaways that you can bring home basically and convey to your colleagues, whatever the good things that we have shared here, right? We are in the big business, guys. So we are not talking about small business. We are in the TVET, and we know that although we have achieved a lot of things, but there are more problems coming and there are more solutions need to be handled by us as well. So this is our responsibility. So I hope that this kind of forum can be continuously being done by other parties as well, so that we can continually improve our TVET system overall, right? So with that, I would like to thank AKEPT for being what we call tuan rumah for these events, the host for this event basically, right? We are actually partnership with AKEPT to organize this event. We will do it again, inshallah. We try to ensure that AKEPT will continue to approach us to do this kind of projects. Right? So thank you very much, everyone. So I hope that you enjoy the sessions. Then with that, I thanks to all of you and end up with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. I think I'll pass back to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our very handsome moderator for skillfully moderating the panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusions of this remarkable forum on leveraging technology towards sustainable TVET ecosystem and success stories of Malaysian TVET students and alumni, let us take a moment to express our utmost admiration and heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists and moderator. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Azrul Izham Hamzah, Deputy Director Center for Leadership Sustainable AKEPT, accompanied by Associate Professor Dr. Nur Azharuddin Shah Abdullah, Deputy Director Center for Leadership Profiling AKEPT, to the stage to give the tokens of appreciation to all speakers and moderators.
Thank you very much. An old friend. Old friend. Over here. Over here. Belah sana. Nak suruh belah sana, belah sana. Oh, belah sana. Sebelum dia. Macam ni. Ke belakang? Tak boleh tetap.
All right, first of all, a token to the very beautiful Miss Fiona Morris, Counselor for Education and Research at the Australian High Commission in Malaysia. Yes, drop that gorgeous. Second of all, to our Mr. Gentleman, Mr. Muhammad Sukri Ismail, Director of the Competency Certification Division. Third of all, let's invite the most handsome Dean in UTeM, Theologist Dr. Rostam Effendi Hamzah, Dean of Faculty of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. And last but not least, very not least, our very stunning young professor, associate professor, technologist, Dr. Muhammad Shakir. Thank you everyone, and may your remarkable work continue to shape the future of TVET in Malaysia and beyond. All of the respected guests may take your respective seats below. Shall we continue after this with the closing remarks? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the closing remarks delivered by Mr. Azrul Izham Hamzah, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership and Sustainability, AKEPT. Without further ado, I invite you all to give a warm round of applause as we welcome Mr. Azrul to deliver the closing remarks for this event. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Thank you our charming MC, Amirul. Dia puji orang lah, ini kita puji dia pula. First and foremost, yang bahagia Datuk Profesor Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, the Director of AKEPT, yang berusaha Profesor Technologist Dr. Masila Kamarudin, VC of UTeM. I know both of them not here, but they are here virtually this morning. And not to forget our lineups of speakers, Associate Professor Technologist Dr. Haryanti Muhammad Effendi from UTeM, my good old friend Mr. Shukri Ismail, the Director of Competency Certification Division, Department of Skills Development, or JPK, Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. Shukri, I heard that you are assuming a very important role right now. He's taking care, he's currently menanggung kerja-kerja TKP operasi JPK. Wow. Hopefully it went well and hopefully we will assume that post soon, insyaAllah. Not to forget our friend from Australia HiCom, Ms. Fiona Morris, the Counsellor in Education and Research of Australian HiCom. And as mentioned by the MC, our young and handsome, good-looking Dean of UTeM, Technologist Dr. Rostam Effendi Hamzah. And not to forget my friend, Associate Prof. Dr. Shakir Saad, our very able moderator. And not to forget every single soul here in AKEPT and available here online through our Facebook Live. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't thank you much for having everyone here. Pandemic has been punishing us by locking down us in our four walls, stay at home. But now we are able to move around freely, but cautionally. So at certain moment, we still need to wear the mask. At certain moment, you are free to look into each other's eyes and smile. And we are happy to welcome everyone to AKEPT here, the home for the future leaders of higher education. Okay? As you are aware, AKEPT, or Higher Education Learning Academy, Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, was established to be the home, as I mentioned, for the higher institutional leaders, the future, I don't know, Assistant NAP Chancellor, Timbalan NAP Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor and whatnot. And every one of you are probably the candidates to be the next one. So it is important role for us here in AKEPT, not only to identify or assess, but also to equip everyone with the right competency, with the right knowledge, and keep you updated with the knowledge and skills that is required outside. You know, whatever the competency need to be a leader, that is a very generic one. So everybody knows. You're going through our TEM, BESA program, those kind of things. But programs like these, thematic programs, TVET, IR 4.0, technology, whatever you may need, the unemployment issues. Those are the issues that probably you might not seem important if you are wearing the hat of a lecturer. But if you were to wear the hat or mindset of the institutional leaders, these are the elements, these are the issues that are important for us not only to discuss within this auditorium. This is probably one of the few steps that may lead towards a bigger implementation or brainstorming later on. And we would like to thank you, UTeM, for being a good partner. Prof. Shakir saying that dia kena buat baik-baik so that we will call them again to be a good partner. But don't worry, our choice are limited. We only have 20 UAs. And we have lots of program. And we know that each and every UA have their own specialties, have their own expertise. So we know when it comes to certain topics, we know where to find you. Don't worry, Prof. Shakir. TVET is basically very close to my heart, be it professionally or personally. As I mentioned earlier, me and Shukri, we used to work together in MOHR. He was with the JPK, Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. I was bahagian dasar, the policy division, taking care of dasar kemahiran, dasar TVET. And TVET in Malaysia is a very complicated ecosystem, I would say. 1,200 TVET institution. Betul, Ya Shukri? The numbers is the same. 1,000 TVET institution, not including MTON. Okay? 500 of it are from public sector. 700 are private sectors. Public sector kita tak risau. The public sector, ILKA, Institut Latihan Kemahiran Awam, or the public TVET institution, we're not worried much. But compliance with the private TVET institution is basically a big headache, and that makes Mr. Shukri and his team have to work hard day and night to ensure the quality is there. And we are also aware the ecosystem is very beautiful. We do have Skills Development Fund Corporation or Perbadanan Tabung Pembangunan Kemahiran, who has been the funder of TVET education. We have 7 ministries, by God's sake, who's looking into TVET. MOHR, MOHE, MOE, the Rural Development Ministry, Women's Ministry, Youth and Sport Ministry. My God, how can we get everybody on the same picture? That's why I said TVET is a very complicated ecosystem, but thanks to our political masters that are willing to push it forward by introducing, formally it was Majlis Pembangunan Kemahiran Kebangsaan. Then we have Majlis TVET Malaysia. I still remember I was the one who was behind of the setting up. And then we have MTVET, Majlis TVET. Seems from MOHE to MOHR, MOHE, MOHR, it seems like a ping pong game. So it seems like, I'm not sure whether, but regardless, it signifies the importance and the need to coordinate. So that why such majlis or council exists. As I said, taking care of 1,200 institutions, 7 ministries is not an easy task. And I believe same structure happening in Australia, right? That's why they have the Job and Skill Council. So we'll probably take the best approach and probably would implement it here too. And we welcome if you were to learn something from us too, right? Definitely. So that, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you very much for being here. Alhamdulillah, happy to see some familiar faces, some new friends, and hopefully everybody will benefit from this particular program. And I wouldn't say goodbye, see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Azrul, for the closing remarks. What an incredible, stunning, fantastic, amazing, and spectacular speech from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the conclusions of our event. But before we adjourn, I am delighted to announce that lunch is now served. But before that, please scan the QR code available on the screen for you to give your feedback on this program. Please be informed that you will receive the e-cert only after you have finished giving the feedback. Right. Alright, so thank you everyone. Hence now we have come to the end of this program. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation, insightful contributions and valuable presence throughout this event. Your enthusiasm and dedication have made this gathering a truly memorable one. Furthermore, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, event staff and volunteers for their tireless efforts in ensuring the smooth execution of this event. Your hard work and commitment behind the scenes have been instrumental in its success. I am Amirul, your MC today. Till we meet again next time. Assalamualaikum.